Hey, and we're back on is apparently a semi-regular schedule now. Uh, Xenos, are you actually on, or is that your ghost idling?
Whoop whoop.
Okay, you're on, but you sound super quiet.
Semi-regular schedule. I see the sun coming up beyond the mountains. It's beautiful.
Right. Oh, Kona. Okay, yeah, you got the 24 month too. Thanks for the Bezos money. I always appreciate Bezos' money. I should probably explain what we're doing today. Turn off the Hobbit for a second. So I still haven't uploaded the last few streams of Guys or whatever came before it. I know I'm sitting on a few archives. I need to. Easy. Okay, let me answer that question right after I introduce. So today we're continuing playing game, Guys. We're going to be introducing the 3D model on top of what we've already been doing with the VDP2 planes, and hopefully it'll turn out well. So Joe Engine is useful in that it provides basic input-output functions, ways to handle sprites, not only RGB, but 8-bit TDA now. It's given me the ability to actually do anything with V2, which means, the planes. You know what? Let me just turn on the game and I'll do it. Recompiling, but I didn't change it. We'll find out. Okay, so that water that you're seeing, that's a VDP2 plane, as is the skybox up above. So that's essentially like a hardware rendered hardware level is not an accurate way of saying it, and it's not a good description. It's essentially VDP2 is one of the chips on the Saturn that allows you to specialized flat plane stuff and background stuff. It's mostly good for 2D things, pseudo 3D things like pseudo 3D plane. But essentially, without Joe Engine, I'd have no way of figuring out how to do it with SGL proper. So Joe Engine provides a lot of, I guess you call it higher level functions that just kind of mask what SGLs do, allow you to control it more easily. Yeah, but Pona, you solved that sound problem a while ago. I know that we have sound functions inside of Forsaken Plane. I just don't use sounds because it's easy like that. But one of the problems we're gonna have to figure out is how to introduce music and sound effects into the game. I know sound effects are a solved problem. Music, I'm sure there's a CDA function somewhere around it, but everyone else can do it. That means I should be able to.
Well, a question. The VDP2 does it? I've heard the term quaternions or whatever that is flowing around. So
I've not had to use any quaternions I'm doing, but Joe Engine is doing a lot of it. I don't know how useful quaternions would be.
I don't even know what that is. So
it's just a mathematical abstraction, like four-dimensional number, with certain properties similar to complex numbers. But mostly people use it for dimensional stuff.
Is that what VDP2 is doing?
I honestly have no idea. I'm not well versed in quaternions. I've never actually had cause to use them. Quaternions are like a 3D graphics thing, and my background isn't 3D graphics. It's just modeling. So if it's not in real 3D space or some subset of real 3D space, I don't really have a lot of topology. Four-dimensional numbers, I've not needed to do stuff because I've always just used 2 or 3 degrees of rotation.
Matrix operation, says Pona64.
Yeah, so matrix operation, that'd be 3D Cartesian. What I am. Anyway, yeah, so like a quaternion would be like a complex number, but with 3 versions of complex, like I, J, and K. And depending on how you multiply them, and I think also the order you multiply them, it comes out with different permutations of it. Some sort of rotational, if you get to the group theory. I don't know.
Okay, but that's not what VDP2 is doing. I was always wondering, because everybody said, oh, it can only do 2D images, but then it suddenly could like project a cylinder or tile.
Well, the cylinder is just a symmetry. The cylinder is just saying that when you wrap around on the left, get back to the right. Like it's like torus symmetries. Like if you think of like when you're traveling on the world map in Final Fantasy, you go up the top, you appear on the bottom. If you go off the left, you appear on the right. That's toroidal symmetry. But toroidal symmetry is just like cylindrical symmetry with top-down looping as well. It's just like the easiest way of looping something is if you reach the edge of one thing, teleport the player to the other edge of it. Doing this.
Okay, so, yeah. At some point, I just should need. Is there anything else that fancy that VDP2 can do other than the tiled planes?
Supposedly there's some Mode 7 craft. Again, I'm not good at VDP2. I don't know how to actually control it, so I'm counting on Joe to do this part for me, and this part is enough for me to be happy with it.
Yeah.
Let me split off the drawing command. I'm just gonna call it draw.h, draw.c. Break it. Because we're gonna start adding stuff to the now, and I want to. Not have to worry about stuff. Like having a main file with way too many functions in it aren't related to just main having. Song's a little always PSU. PSU always with the weird songs. Distracting. Everyone likes Chemical Plant up until the second act. Yeah, Sega Graphics Library is Sega's official library. We just happened to get a copy because we someone was smart and accessed their servers a while back, like about 20 or 25 years ago. Technically, we don't have official permission to use it, but we use it anyway because it's what gives us access to the system. And Sega's really cool about not taking people down for making homebrew games, unlike some other plumber. Okay, well documented is a stretch. There is documentation, half of it's wrong, but it's enough to guide us on where we need. But it's if you've been on some of my earlier streams, you know it's taken a half. Okay, so Ponot's contradicting me. Like it's not like it's hard to read. It's hard to tell what you need to do, or if there's a function they're not disclosing or hasn't made in the documentation, or if they made a mistake in the documentation, which has happened. Half is overstating it, but I've run into ambiguous declarations in the documentation enough, or things that were technically wrong, like wrong file types or wrong variable types in the arguments, that I've become apparent. SBL has documentation. I thought it was everything, like, I think it was just NDD randomly typing things like 100 monkeys on a typewriter. He eventually finds out one of them is a function. Okay, so I mean, Dennis, you can actually like talk if for that kind of thing, but let me copy this function over and I'll point out exactly what we're talking about. I was about to say that the PSO soundtrack is underrated, but it clearly isn't. Everyone knows how good it is. It's just not played enough. So here, let me find out where we were doing that kind of. So here, Joe background 3D plane image. This is the sky, and we have some sort of one of these looping commands is set to true, the other one's set to false. Let's just go back into. Oh, I think it. You just copy the function. But I'll tell you what we're looking at. Okay, so the repeat command in Joe background 3D plane B image. So just the B plane, there is a repeat and there's a not repeat. Flip this flag over. It's kind of dumb. So yeah, we already got some interesting discussion in chat, and I don't want to interrupt it, but I just want to point out that with the repeat flag on true, at least for Joe Engine, the whole image is tiled, both vertically and horizontally. We just want horizontal tiling without vertical tiling. That's the issue we're running. So I'm not sure if you know of a good way to overcome that. So if I poke into Joe Engine proper, and I look at, this looks like, what are we at? We're on background. Oh my. And we just look for this. So it's just going to be set plane a 8 bits image. Probably under VDP2 then. Yeah, XL2 is definitely the front runner on this kind of stuff. I just have to be the most visible on Twitch because I stream development. All I do is basically just steal XL2 and Ponut stuff and try to adapt it for my own purpose. Is he even still using BSP? I thought he kind of gave up on that thing. That's another thing. It might be worth my time because I know it's not a difficult problem as long as you know how to draw pixels onto the actual screen. To try out one of those ray tracer programs, just to see if I can do a ray trace game engine, just a basic one, adapt it toward Doom. Binary space partitioning is basically when you take every polygon in a 3D scene and just create this hierarchy where you tell it whether it's in front or behind that polygon, basically by checking the normal. And the entire tree is structured in such a way that if you look at one polygon, you can tell the orientation for all the other polygons. And the use for it, yeah, as like Pona says, is that if you know what your orientation is relative to that polygon, then you can decide whether or not you're looking at the other polygons as well.
It's voodoo magic, same as the doctor is doing.
Into this back. Too many layers. Every time my freaking playlist gets wiped, I always end up with all this crap. Give this note. There we go. As I understand it, yeah. That's my interpretation of what a BSP is. I could be wrong. Thing with that is, with my design philosophy, I'd rather have components to a level that I can assemble in engine. But, you know, so I can do procedural stuff if I want to or need to, if I have a big world. The problem with that is, of course, there's a lot more redundancy there. BSPs are supposed to be efficient because a lot of the work is done on compile time. Compilation of the level, at least. Okay, so SL over RA. So let's just look real quick to see that is, because that is what's going on here. Or just SL over R. Let's look at the SGL documentation. Now I know it's not going to be common to say that the Shadow the Hedgehog soundtrack is rated, but I honestly think it's done. SGL Developers Manual reference. Oh, this extra crap. RGB screen overflow processing setting for rotation parameters B. Yeah, so what I'm seeing here is it's a number between 0 through 3, and you either repeat it or you don't, or you have this character pattern I don't really understand. Unless, if you can teach me how to construct a character pattern that is literally just repeat the image, you know, once on the left and once on the right. But I don't know if that's something you just teach me over chat. Probably not. But I think, so, Xenos, you said you wanted to try just making it blend into the background color and just have it look clear on the background.
Correct. I wanted, if that's another idea. What I had playing with is to do it with a mesh, but again, I'm pretty. You know how bent I am on getting that half megabyte and just dumping stuff
You're
there.
too worried about the RAM. Don't worry about the RAM yet. Pona, can you explain what you mean by that? Because I honestly have no idea how to apply the rotations to this thing. is... Crap, where's main? Did I close out of main? Main. But Xenos, you're way too worried about the RAM. We have not run into RAM issues yet. We've only run into problems with how the textures are produced. At this point, we can get rid of this.
Do you want to talk about the rotation? Because
oh my goodness, Punit, you are so quiet. Let me... By a lot. Can you swallow your mic, please?
No, I can't swallow my entire phone.
I honestly can't tell if anyone can hear you. I can barely hear you, but we'll just try for now. So say something real quick. Okay, actually, you're coming out fine on the levels, or fine enough. So you're saying you're trying to explain to me how to use the 3D or the rotation matrices to determine whether or not things are tiling. I'm not sure if I understand that.
Well, no. I'm dodging that question because it's more complicated than even I understand. But what I do understand is you can just not translate this background layer when you want to not see it up there.
Okay, wait.
And this would be in the draw part of the whole thing, not the loading part. But I just want to look at where that is because then we can start and separate that, make a separate rotation matrix for it. Then you can easily control this. We've been through this before, but.
Okay, I'm gonna have to bump you up for myself because I can barely understand what you're saying. Can you repeat yourself, please?
Look in draw, find where rotate matrix.
Okay, so there's plane initialization. Let me copy that over. Not mess with those anymore. Draw 3D planes. Guys. And the drawing okay, takes in the rotation. Rotation is defined, I believe, on input. Yeah.
Yeah.
We have to include input.
So you have the sky on a 3D plane?
Well, it's basically we literally just took the example from Joe Engine's samples, started adapting it slowly. So basically, yeah, it's whatever it's RGB 0 plane split up into A and B, and the rotations that we are doing here. And here.
Okay. So there should at one point be a SL convert, and I forget the word. There's a specific command in SGL where you send the... Oh, that's probably in Joe background 3D plane A draw. Okay. So, yeah. So right there in sky, you have a separate matrix for the sky already. So you can just find out when, and I believe Y. No, it wouldn't be Y. It would be Z rotation. I think. No, I don't know. One of the rotations, probably X actually. That
really?
At one point you just.
It should be a vertical translation. The sky adjust is what I was playing with last time in order to get it so it would not clip when I started doing crazy stuff. I think it's this one. So what
Okay,
you're saying
well-
is, should I just like put a hard cap on that value and just not translate the sky whenever I'm doing some crazy stuff?
Oh, yeah. It's the translate. Basically, well, it's a 3D plane. You may want to not. That's a hard question. You may not want to translate it.
Well, I
may
need
want-
okay, bare minimum. I need rotational translation. That's not optional because the horizon needs to change when you turn around. But as far as vertical translation, like keep it stationary. Yes. And rely on other points of reference.
Well, the issue I thought was you don't want it to tile vertically. You don't want to see the bottom of it when you look too far up. That's why I'm thinking about rotation.
Yeah.
Right?
So
that's why
the
I'm
rotation, it should be very slight. For that, but it's the translation that kills you because the rotation, when you're up near the top of the sky, kind of allows you to peek over the corner. Oh my goodness! I broke something.
Well, the thing is, not
You put a
that's-
0 times in there. Yeah.
is there a way to do that while like doing a loop or something like that? Because that seems to be the difficult part. I don't really understand, but
So right now, let's just test out. I just need to make sure I get the sky adjust back.
You left a 0 times in there and you're making something 0.
Okay, so what's the default sky adjust? 3? This is the sky.
The 0 times is making that 0.
Yeah, I got that. I'm just thinking about what it was before. Like, what if rotation is 0 and then sky adjust?
Oh. You have it in a dynamic value right now.
Okay, so sky adjust should be 3 by default. See if that actually does what I think it does. So conceptually speaking, the BSP is not like the weird magic concept. Like it makes sense how it works. It's just that trying to implement it is always just ridiculous. I don't understand. If the default value is the same, what change? Oh, rotation X. What's rotation X? What's the default for rotation X? 90?
Probably 90.
Okay, that's fine. So I need to just fix it, I guess 93 to make it the same as when I start. Okay, this is 93. Keep this at 93 then. Rotation X, yeah, it's yeah, okay. It's 93. Row adjust. So what XL2 does, again, anytime I say something about what someone else is doing, always assume it's at least half wrong, but don't trust, just verify. XL2 constructs his levels with very large singular polygons when he can, and then subdivides it in engine, but the BSP mathematics of it will stay as just what that one surface is, even if you're rendering it as multiple. You know what? This ain't bad, Ponut. This is a really good fix. The only issue is that...
That's exactly what I thought it would be.
So, no, the problem is when you climb or descend, the sky is literally following you.
Okay. So we just have to put a cap on how much we don't want it to move. But I can. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you got a point there.
And
But
you can't. And the fact if it may be possible to like roll over, do a loop-de-loop.
So if we construct the sky with a dead zone on the top that's like a solid enough color, and then just do the trickery of rotating it 180 degrees, once we've hit a certain threshold, it will be an invisible change.
What's up, guys?
Oh, hey, Trainoko, what you doing here?
Just hanging out, finishing up some work for the podcast and another podcast I work on. So thought I'd hop in, see what you guys are up to. I saw you were streaming, so.
Oh yeah, well thanks for popping in. Yeah, guys, Trainoko's from the Sega Saturn Shiro stream. I loiter there often on Fridays when I have an off day. Oh, thanks for the follow, Trino.
No worries.
But you guys definitely should follow Trainoko and Sega Saturn Shiro for like Saturn related news, and Sega Extreme stuff often pops up on there because we're contributing probably about a quarter, if not half, the news at this current time.
Yeah, let's be honest. You guys are the main news people, the guys we focus on, because you guys have the coolest stuff.
So I don't know if you've been paying attention to the Sega Saturn Discord or the Sega Extreme Discord. But there is some big plans in the works that I don't want to talk about on stream because I'd be making promises I can't keep without Waterfield's help. But Trainoko, you specifically, I highly suggest that you just keep unmuted the Saturn Netlink chat on Sega Extreme. And if we've been having a lot of arguments about the proposed work we want to do there, but once we do have like a working prototype, there's going to be some rapid developments there.
I'll have to set some alerts for this.
Oh, son of a...
Notifications.
It's a little bit far out.
Okay, I have an idea. You already mentioned what this idea is, but basically, you make this, you throw that cloud and stuff towards the... Good question. Basically, my idea is you half this image, you start your rotation at negative. Basically, you take 40 or add 45 from it, so you're looking more to the top of the image, and you limit the rotation to plus or minus probably like 60. So when you're looking, you're actually, your horizon is at the bottom of it or near the bottom of it, and then when you look up, you'll start to see the actual cloud there in the corner, and when you look down, it'll go away. So you adjust the image, and then also adjust your rotation to where you're starting your rotation more towards the middle of this image, which is kind of what you have already, but
Thing is, I think that number was fine-tuned because when I turned, you see me doing the turn. The sky has to kind of rotate to adjust, and that bottom keeps popping over. I think 93 was that magic number.
Well, 93 is putting the top of the image on the screen now. So if you look down, it goes over again.
The 93 is just barely, it's even not enough. I'd have to go a little bit lower. But you see on the bottom left corner, when I'm turning, it's peeking out over there. That's the thing though, is that if I try to do like a real wide turn, it's just gonna get worse.
Well, that's the rotation.
Yeah, but I mean, like if we're doing like an aileron or barrel roll or something like that, that's not going to be avoidable. You have to rotate the sky, or the sky just has to be empty, and we just do like sprite in clouds and background info and stuff like that. That seems like counterproductive compared to like what we should be doing with VDP2. But you see, okay, now I've got it fixed so that only the water is poking in from the corners. So this is fine, but that means when I climb or descend, you can't really tell until you see the water again. But the gradient of the sky doesn't really agree with that. So that's just it. What?
I was gonna say, I just noticed the retro gaming cables out on the bottom. That's kind of cool.
The gaming. Wait. What are you talking about?
On the bottom, you're streaming the retro gaming cables.
Oh, yeah.
.co.uk.
Yeah. So Millennium Shane helped me set up this stream, and he does a lot of support stuff. So he left some affiliate links for my setup here. That actually goes to him, and that's it, guys. But he provides a lot of tech support for the stream. So essentially, that's me paying rent for him supporting my stream and helping promote and getting my tech off the ground. But quite
sense.
honestly, like the retro gaming cables from HD Retrovision are between that and either that or SCART is normally what I use on Saturn. They work great.
Nice. And this is all hardware you're running? You're just using the emulator right now, right?
At the moment, I'm using Mendefen. I have the hoppage powered up properly this time, so if I wanted to build and move to the Saturn, I can do that immediately. We tried doing that last time, but because OPS doesn't like when you turn on a connection while it's still running, we had to basically just do a capture window. I'll upload the archive at some point. Point is, yeah, we could put this on hardware and it should run. And Xenos has already tested the island model on hardware and it ran. Sorry.
Looks quite good though. I'm excited to see what you do with it. Is it going to be another full-fledged game, or is this like a demo thing?
So the intent is to make this like an actual proper game. The thing is, if developments happen the way I think they're going to happen, we're going to end up just having to make it a playable demo for now, and then slowly add in the polish required to make it like a full featured game over time as I focus on other things that might be coming up.
Nice. I'm excited to see it. I'll definitely keep an eye on it, and we'll probably talk about it on the show as it gets more and more evolved.
I mean, generally, once a game becomes playable enough for it to be non-trivial, like you actually can like do something in the game and there's something to do and play, like Forsaken Plane or Minesweeper or something, I leave it downloadable on the website.
I gotcha.
So, Ponut, I don't know if you're still paying attention or not, but essentially my fix before, which kind of keeps the turn radius on this plane limited, is more or less kind of like stretching the rotation over a very restricted regime here. So I can do basically full 90-degree rotation up and down, but you notice that the sky is moving very slowly relative to that. But the problem is that the sky, the whole sky thing, it's... I don't know if it's the wrong size or not. In fact, we should go check up on that. So let's open up the sky sample. Actually, that's the thing. Xenos, do you have like a new sky that you have rendered that you want to use instead of this?
No, I was concentrating on getting the island running, and before that, the thing with the flaps. I thought I was I thought I would just make a clear background and add some clouds to see if that approach would work. But generally speaking, that gradient, it would be better to have a gradient with clouds on. If that's possible.
Because we always end up working back on this background thing. background thing is so distracting. It has so much of the screen. The thing is, we might be better off, like, literally just doing sprited in clouds. Just have them make up your actual guy, but let me see. I want to see what's going on here, why the size of the background is so weird.
If you clicked on canvas size, it would give you the information.
Yeah, okay. Kind of found a different way of doing it, but yeah, you're right. So it's 160 tall and 512 wide, right? And then 160, 512. So they're the same size. But here's the thing. When you see it loaded in, there's this weird overlaps. I don't know if that's the correct size. What's the suggested size for a Joe engine, or not just Joe engine, like SGL background?
Well, what's the size of your water image?
The water texture?
Yeah.
64 by 64 pixels, I believe, just as the demo.
Kind of huge, but let me open it up just to test it, because maybe it's been shrunken by now.
What is loading in the game? Because what is loading in the game? That's weird if that's 64 by 64. What? I don't. Well, I know how Joe Engine could do that, but I'm surprised he is letting you do that.
So water.tga is, yeah, 64. Huge, massive, comically big.
No, well, see, that's going on VDP2. That's being tiled.
Yeah.
And actually, as I remember we covered, these are being converted into tile maps. So, into 8 by 8 tiles. Oh dear.
So here's the thing, though. What if we did the same thing on the sky? We just had a bunch of kind of skinny, repetitive vertical slices on the horizon. Instead of 512 wide, we did some other size. What I want to know is how big can I make this thing reasonably? Because I just think the height is not enough.
You have plenty of RAM. It's being tile mapped, so.
Okay, but like I'm sure VDP2. I remember seeing something where it's like the limit is, 500 something for texture. What's the maximum texture size that I can throw at the thing?
512 by 512 is probably the biggest you're dealing with right now.
Okay.
I suggest you put this at 256 by, well, actually the height. Well, your width right now is the height. That's right. Never mind. Yeah, put it at 256 and take the other dimension down to 256. I want to see what it looks like.
Okay. Shrink it down to 256?
Yeah, 256 by 256. I want to see what that looks like. I'm just curious.
Okay, let me paint bucket the rest of this. Or do I need to resize the layer? Is that the problem?
Yes, you do. It's a pain in the ass. I forget the button combination to do that, but...
Okay, it should be layer...
To make a new layer and
no,
move
it should
down.
be fit layer to canvas. Something like that.
Fit canvas to
Layer
layers?
to image size. There we go. And then we paint that in. And we export as... Okay, this is... Instead of clear sky, we're just going to call this sky.tga. There's already sky.tga. Let me try sky...
Big sky?
Sky1.tga. No compression. Export. And then, okay, so this is still full width. I haven't done what you said yet and shrunk it down yet, but I will in a second. I just want to see if expanding this has broken it somehow. But I mean, if it's 8-bit, 512 by 512 doesn't feel like it would be that much, especially since it's like the only thing we're putting on VDP2. Oh look, see? We have all this room for activities.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
You know what?
this is being file mapped, it's no big deal. So.
Oh no! You see what's going on the top? Look at the top right.
I don't. Oh, the
What is
top
that?
right. Oh.
You've broken something.
I don't know what that is, dog. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, if you. That's interesting.
That's Joe Engine doing something wrong.
Yeah. Well, take the 256 by 256. I wonder what that looks like.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do what you said.
Also,
so it's already 256 wide. So let me just shrink it down. Layer to image size. All this Sky 2. My prediction is that we're not going to see any change because the horizontal extent is plenty. Well, let's find out. But I don't understand why it's doing that for the sky portion and not the water portion. Like, the water portion tiles perfectly. They're both using basically the same settings. They're just one's A and one's B.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
so, okay.
In VDP2 terminology, you have two character maps and character patterns here. You have a character map for the sky, and I think what you're seeing in the top right there is the bottom of the sky.
Yeah.
Which is being caused by it being rotated when you tilt the screen for the plane turning, which you spoke about. So what we need to do actually is zoom this image. I think you can do zoom and just make it zoom out to where, okay, you'd have to go on paint.net and make a circle in the middle of a 256 by 256 image and see what square fits into that circle. And that circle compared to the total size is that square compared to the size of the circle is how much you need to zoom on.
Why aren't we using 512, 512?
It doesn't. Well, good point. I don't think it fits. I don't actually think that fits because, I don't know, Joe Engine decided it doesn't fit.
I mean, according to Sega documentation, it would fit. Obviously, Joe Engine is doing something at least slightly incorrect, but I think it only has to do with how it's repeating.
My theory as to what Joe Engine is what's happening with Joe Engine is its loading buffer doesn't have enough for that 512 by 250 or the 512 by 512 image, so it starts tile mapping garbage.
But why is it putting it in a loading buffer? Why isn't it going directly to VDP2 RAM?
Well, because the TGA is not tile mapped.
Okay, so he's putting an actual conversion program inside a Joe Engine, like on the Saturn. So the Saturn is actively processing the image into the cell and map and other text files that we effectively would have had.
I believe that is what's happening.
Okay, but then how big is an 8-bit 512 TGA? Like, tell Joe Engine to use? Probably a bad idea, but so that's 512.
That's 250 kilobytes, my dude.
That's a lot of real estate. I can understand why that would work, but 1/4 of that apparently works, so... Okay, so the ellipse tool... I would also like to express my satisfaction with Saturn, or both Saturn and Genesis soundtracks for Sonic 3D Blast for different reasons.
Do you understand what I'm getting at with the circle and the square thing? Because
yeah. So basically, we're going to make a big image, and we're going to kind of restrict ourselves to the middle of it. I'm just trying to figure out where the circle tool is on GIMP.
That's why I said paint.net, because this is a lot more complicated.
Yeah,
Okay, let's.
I like Paint.net as well, but
It's the thing is that Paint.net doesn't have a consistent export. Like it'll break sometimes. You've actually had to.
Yeah, we can't use it
no, that was GIMP.
to export the file.
Okay, so
GIMP was the one that broke.
No, Paint.net can't export an indexed color image. Is the problem.
That too.
You can do it in regular Windows Paint. It'll be fine.
okay. Well, and for a TGA.
Oh,
You know
we're
what?
not making a TGA. I'm just
Okay,
demonstrating.
you know you're
We're
right.
just
So let's
demonstrating.
I can't believe I don't have Paint.net on here for some reason. Should already be on here.
I saw it.
The thing is, Windows is stupid and it thinks when I'm searching my computer I actually want to search Bing, and no one will ever in their lives ever want to search Bing.
I use Bing.
I mean,
Liar.
yeah, that's a perfectly valid question. Why?
Anyway,
Okay. Let's make big red circle.
Traino, the thing you smoke weed out of is a bong. That's not Bing.
Yeah. You might have those confused.
I'll play the
that's
fifth
good.
on that one.
Oh, I need some more German humor, please. That was good.
I shall remain
let's get this in
hush hush on
again.
the subject.
So my red square turned black, but that's probably because my color map doesn't have red on it. But let's see if I can just add it in. All right, there we are.
Okay. Well, now you make a square in that, and we get the pixels of that square, and then we know how much we need to zoom the background layer.
Breaking my balls, opponent.
Well,
Okay.
I mean-
Square the circle. I mean,
Okay.
wait. Do you just want the number for how to
Yeah.
square a circle? Oh,
When we
well,
know the size of that square, we know how much we need to zoom the background layer,
Oh,
so
well,
we'll
then why are you
never see
making me
the edge.
draw things, Ponut? This is a math problem.
Well, so people in chat know what we're talking about.
Okay,
Math
fine.
sucks,
As a
dude. Skip
visual
math.
aid, we're trying to square the circle that has been itself inside of a square. So the radius of this circle, if this is 256 by 256, has a radius of 112. That means the diagonal distance here from center to the corner of this square should be also 112. But that's root 2 of half the length of the side of the square. So 128 divided by root 2. Let's go over to Wolfram and ignore the internet-based math that I was doing before. That has nothing to do with anything. 128 divided by square root 2 is basically 90-ish, and we multiply that by 2 to get the full length. So essentially we have 181 pixels to play with for that squared
Okay.
circle.
So, all right, now well, someone does 181 divided by, well, actually 256 divided by 181. Then we get we know how much we have to zoom.
So 181 divided by 256?
Basically 41% of the image, or it's the other way around.
Oh wait, are you sure it's not the invert? So yeah, we zoom in by 41%. So how do we get an additional 41% zoom using the current framework that we're doing?
Well, you can actually zoom the background there. You should be able to say SL zoom or scale. Scaling the matrix might work.
Okay.
Either of those will be good.
SL scale? What's this?
It's in there.
What?
Yeah, I think that's what we want to do.
Okay, well, it's, I mean, hey, if you say so.
Zoom
let's,
all axes by point, because we want to make it bigger. I think in that case, yes, we do want to do basically 2 fix 1.41. Let me do the math. We can probably do the math faster than I can.
Okay, so let's just do okay. We do
92,405.
Okay, I'll trust you, but I want to see it done right. So this times 2 to the 16 is I'm getting 92691.
Oh, yeah, about the same.
Okay, close enough. So SL scale, tackle scale. Seriously, I just can't spell tonight. Okay, so it's gonna be X and Y scale, right?
Sure. I don't think there's gonna be an X, or excuse me, a Y in here, but whatever.
Well, I mean, when we're dealing with the background, it's X and Y in it, so we're not we don't have to do a Z scaling.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting at.
I think you should scale each one, actually. Why not?
Okay, I mean, it's not like Z should be doing anything anyway. So this, I'm doing it in the initialization when it should be done in the draw command down over Nya.
Yeah, and it should be done right
Here?
before you send. Well, yeah, right before Joe 3D background, 3D plane V draw. Right before that.
Let me just tell myself why it's happening. Failing to zoom in center of background image prevent. What do we prevent? Like
Seeing the
edge
corner.
of screen repeating background errors. Okay, let's see what this did.
I just want to say I just want to say I appreciate Ponat's notion that the people on chat and the artists should have a vague notion of what's happening, or that should be
Hey, I think I did it.
Okay, so let me kind of fix the adjust so that it's just centered. Because we're zooming pretty far in, and like the middle of the picture is already like part of the gradient that goes toward the solid color. We can do this
Yeah, you're.
tomfoolery.
Yeah.
So then I can slowly reintroduce the upward and downward motion up to the point where oh, seriously? Okay.
Huh.
So here, I have a pretty strong compensation here. I have no idea what 31 is. Oh, that's 31 out of 32. Let me just do a straight up.
It kind of reminds me of this one time at work. I had to calculate a radius circle, and for some reason the formula that I used had 69 in it. And one of my coworkers tried to convince me. I did that on purpose and tried to put like a reference, and I was like, "No, that's really what the formula was."
Is it like an approximation of some multiple of pi?
Yeah, it's some weird. I can't remember exactly what the formula. It was like almost 5 years ago, but it was just a formula that was used to calculate a radius circle in an area. I just thought it was kind of funny. I was like, I didn't even intend for that, and I didn't even think about that until he brought that up. Like, it was like years later when he was refactoring the code, and he just grabbed the formula. I was like, why does it have 69? And are you like putting some reference in there? I was like, no, dude, that's what the formula was.
It's about 22 pi.
Nice.
Yeah. So. Yeah.
People in chat.
That's why I was thinking about that.
People in chat keep cutting in and out, so Ponat and Drano too. Not the doctor,
I'm not getting
everybody
that
else seems to.
You gotta fix
No,
that.
I'm
German
cutting in and
dude.
out because I'm starting to speak and then stopping to speak because I don't want to speak over someone else.
Well,
No, it's literally sometimes people are just dropping out. I don't know if it's just me.
I think
Yeah,
it's
that's
just you.
just you,
Because,
dog.
yeah, I'm hearing complete sentences, even if they're occasionally paused.
Yeah.
But I'm not missing words.
What ISP do you have in Germany? Is like Deutsche Welle or something like that? Got that German internet.
He needs 5G.
Didn't they already give us that with the vaccine stuff?
Yeah, they did. But in America, we get 5G free with our vaccines. Over there, I think they get like, I don't know, 1.2G.
Y'all are gonna get me
They gotta pay a
demonetized.
subscription.
Well, you found the one technical thing Americans are sometimes actually better at if you're in a city and not in Kansas.
I mean, so I'm in Albuquerque, and like the
Like,
city
you-
has like full 5G on T-Mobile and whatever related network T-Mobile backbone's off of.
That is good, especially that it's not some Chinese 5G, because I don't trust that.
I don't think we have any Chinese service providers in America. I don't know that
Yeah, they all been banned.
I mean, I know there's some actual phone manufacturers have been banned, and for some pretty good reasons. But as far as like someone being allowed to take over what is essentially utility, maybe you'll have some foreign ownership, but it basically would have to be a U.S. based company. How did I break this?
Yeah, did Verizon roll out 5G in Albuquerque for you, or is it just the other providers?
Sorry, what?
Do you know if did Verizon roll out 5G there? Because I'm not getting 5G, but it might be in my phone.
I don't know. I know T-Mobile has it. I don't know anything about
Gotcha.
what Verizon has in this. But if you have T-Mobile, I think is also a partner with Sprint, and they own Metro. I mean, they're all becoming like one big Ma Bell again. But essentially, like most phone providers, like all the cheap ones, would probably be backboning off of whatever Metro's using.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that. It might be my phone too, because I only have the seventh? Was it the 7th gen? The iPhone 7 right now. So it might not even get the 5G. I just hold on to phones till they break. So I might upgrade though, because my phone's really lacking in the storage department, and it's kind of killing me.
I mean, if you're allowed to put in a SIM card, just do that, or not. Sorry, not an SD card. I got myself like a 512 because I had I had a whole bunch of SD cards to prep for all the flash cards and ODEs I was getting, and at some point I just had a leftover 512, slapped it in my phone.
I use the iPhone stuff so that we don't get that luxury, unfortunately.
Oh,
Gotta move on to Android so you can download Cache Boa.
I don't know. I'll have to think about that. Every time I had an Android phone, it always gets slow after a while, but the iPhones never really slow down for me. Maybe they fix that with updates, but like,
So
I think the
the
last
thing
one I
with-
had was the Galaxy 5S or something.
I normally would not go with Samsung. Their all their crap is over engineered, and it always seems to break whenever I use it.
yeah.
I'm saying that, but I have
I
a
got an
Samsung TV
LG
right in front of me.
with a replaceable battery actually replaceable microphone, charge port, all that stuff, and the battery. You can just pop a button and yank it right out. It's nice.
I miss rechargeable batteries.
Seriously, if you're gonna pick a phone, I think what a good choice would probably be like a Google Pixel. If you really need like a stock Android that's customizable, I think that still has a replaceable battery. I've got a Nokia because they had a. The thing is, I really hate OLEDs, and like all the phones are moving on to OLED. Those things get burned in after like a year or even. So like the Nokia was like the only one that had 5G, went on the T-Mobile network, and also had like a normal LCD screen. Got it.
Also,
So
you
you
should
get-
multiply by 22. Because
wait, what?
1.41 times 30. Oh, you're still gonna. Oh, how's that happening? Well, it's because you looked up. Oh.
Yeah, I'm looking all the way up and I'm rotating.
Yeah. Don't understand how you're still saying. Oh, well, that's because.
Okay, I'm going back to my original adjust. But for the sky adjust, let me see. Yeah, okay.
How did that happen?
I'm just trying to figure out the magic number where I have the exact right offset so that I'm not looking over the edge of the screen. The problem is, like, we have... I'm missing a lot of the bottom here, so maybe I need to adjust the screen upwards. So let's try bumping it up by like 50. Yep, just look at the bottom at something. Because I mean, really what we want is we want...
That's...
Huh? Keep compiling the thing.
That's video games.
Okay. You know what? I'm not mad at
So
this.
that's what I was thinking.
What?
That what you've just done is kind of what I've been thinking about. I'm thinking about what the problems with this are. And I think you could go to you could go to a super high bitmap instead of a 256 by 256. You could go to something like a 160 by 512 and get full spinning upwards, but get reduced spinning the other way. I'm not sure which one.
Don't forget that that thing is not just a color ramp. It's more like the that's just the test image. It's more like the stock images was in the demo.
Actually, no. If those are just clouds, I think. No, you need it to move more than that. So you need it to be a lot more vertical. And
yeah, so
I think if you did
I like,
160 by 512.
Yeah, I like where you're going with this, where we just make the full width of the original image like 512 or something like that, and then we don't have to worry about any of this crap.
Also, so you could mirror it vertically, so you can look at it upside down, which would be dumb. I don't even think you have to do that, but I thought about it.
We don't have to, but we don't not have to, you know?
Makes sense to me. Also, this song is banging. It's like one of my favorite Sonic Adventure songs.
So here's the Sonic Adventure had such a weird soundtrack compared to what came after it. Like, there's way more variety than it needs. I mean, I'm a fan of the Adventure era butt rock, but like they had so much stuff going on because of all 6 characters.
How are you hearing the soundtrack when you're in the chat? Because I'm
looking at the video and it says Red Hot Mountain, or Red Hot Skull, and I know that song's from Sonic Adventure.
Yes. He's got the soundtrack in his head. He's got the Bluetooth direct connected.
It's like super iconic. Actually, both of the Red Mountain songs are pretty fire, to be honest.
I mean, the first one...
So how big do we make this image? I forget how big we made the image.
It was 256, and then we zoomed in 41% to prevent these issues, but we might have to zoom in more.
Or we make it 256 by 512, so you can just have mega image. I think that's the better solution, but maybe chunky pixels is good too.
Okay, so you cut out a little bit there, but I know what you're talking about. The example I want to bring up is that if you actually go back and play Final Fantasy VII and look at some of those backgrounds, those are some really, really pixelized, like pixels the size of a dime on your screen at some point. They really crunched the crap out of that game. The resize button.
Maybe. I think you're onto something.
I mean the resize button. Where's the resize button? I forget where it was. Oh, there it is. Oh, whoops. Like, we're spoiled by our modern conventions, and then we try to force it, and then you end up either successful like XL2, or you end up spending 3 streams trying to figure out how to make a background look okay like me. After a certain point, you just have to give up and say, hey, you know what? Chabu Duo.
This is
I don't know that language.
I was thinking of.
They should really put object orientation inside C. That'd be really nice.
I mean, you got
No.
structs, so it's like, you know, close enough.
Structs are the wimp ways out.
I mean, C++ is built out of C. I'm pretty sure when they actually made the object orientation, it's literally just a way of making structs with certain variables attached to them.
That's the better structs with more pointers that may or may not work in garbage collection
I mean, you
that you got
can
to do on your own.
put. It's dumb, but you can do it.
I have no
I-
idea what the first part of that. You sound like you went into the Matrix. Maybe that was
going through a
C
tunnel.
talking through you.
Oh. Well, you know what? I think it's best you didn't hear it.
Probably. It probably was reserved for people that use C's ears only.
Well, the joke was you can put function pointers in structs in C, and it's dumb, but you can do that.
That's actually
It's
how
half
we
the
made
fun.
the JRPG menu, if you remember.
Yeah. Well, okay. There sometimes it's not dumb. So never mind.
I miss working with C.
I mean, you're welcome to make some games for the comp. Actually, wait, you're judging, aren't you?
Yeah.
I haven't invited judges back yet, but obviously, like, the same guys are gonna be invited back. Hopefully SSG's coming back, but if you're judging, you can't make a game.
Dang. Well, I mean, I can make a game.
Yes,
you can't
you
stop me
can.
doing that.
But
Can I enter it? It's a
no.
different question.
See,
Bye.
the but the contestants judge his game.
They all say this sucks 1 out of 10.
Why does this guy get to judge my performance?
You just take one look at my C code
wonder-
and just type a size font 72 LOL right in the screen.
I don't look at other people's source code.
What?
He doesn't look at other people's source code.
You gotta really bump the
I
crap
mean,
out
that's
of
a
this thing.
blatant lie.
I think my favorite thing I did with C is I had to do a predictive parser, and that was kind of fun. But it also made me want to die because I had to use a bajillion pointers and had to figure out, because like originally I was using lists, but then I learned sadly that lists aren't they don't what's that called? They don't keep their information in an order. So I had to create a linked list for that, which was kind of annoying. At least that's how I think that lists
Linked?
work, because I made a list of objects, but it didn't save them like in an order, like an array. So then it would get like weird, the different variables when it went through it. Or maybe I got that mixed up.
Well, linked lists are good, but can't tell you what you were going through. Only you know that.
I do. But yeah, no, I think that's right though. The list variable in is it C or C++? I can't remember. It's probably C++. It doesn't like store objects in order. It's like just random, like in a randomized order or something like that.
I mean, if you initialize an array, it'll be.
Oh no, I'm in a list, not an array.
Yeah, this is C++ he's talking about. Whatever library you got list from could do things weird, or because you are on a modern processor, it will add things to the list weirdly because it will be threaded. That's more likely to me.
That's probably what was happening.
I'm gonna turn off the scaling, set the adjustment 6, and cross my fingers. But I feel like this will come out relatively well.
Well, you still need a zoom, but
Right?
I get what you're doing. I get what you're doing.
Might have to little series. Oh, you know what? Adjustment needs 0 now or 2.
Well, at 256, you're in the center, so it may make sense you can only see blue. Well, maybe. The way we made the image is wrong.
Are you sure?
Yes, to prevent that. Now, prevent that, what you need to do is go back in the image and flip it around. Flip each half of the image around so the blue side's in the middle. Then make the adjustment 256.
No. All I have to do is take the adjustment right location and it's current.
All right, I believe you.
But maybe past 256. Maybe like 256 and 120. Try 3D. Right to me.
Or 96.
Yeah, I guess we'll find out.
No, I get what you're doing.
What?
I get where you're going for, though.
Oh, just barely. Oh, that is irritating. Imagine breaking my bone. Okay. 350, and if that's wrong, we go on the other. Or, I don't know. Gotta keep going. But Xenos, we're almost to the point where we fix that problem. Oh, come on. Here's the thing. When I'm pointing directly up like this, I want to see nothing but blue. Hence the title.
Yeah.
So I reduced it to SD. So let's try a little bit. And we might need to reintroduce the zoom.
Yeah, that's why I thought you're gonna need some zoom to, 1, prevent you from seeing the corners, and 2, this. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I don't know. Xenos, are you following what we're doing?
Somewhat. I'm modeling the buildings while you're doing this.
Okay, that's more important. I made those adjustments to the model loader. Are they working as intended?
Adjustments to the... I didn't test them yet. I didn't have time. I didn't think you would respond quite that quickly.
Whammo! Okay, that's exactly what we need. Okay, look. You have some gradient on the horizon. I don't know if if this gradient is 2 degrees to 5, so at 284. So what's 270 284 minus 14? So let's try 66, and this should be the magic number if you're looking directly up, more or less be seen. No scaling required. You just did some lopsided background.
It's the number of the beast.
A lot off, but okay.
Well, it is the number of the beast.
I went in the wrong direction.
260?
Should have been 284 plus 15, I guess, would be 98. Hard to keep track of what direction I need to go.
Not 2698. What are you doing?
Wait, what? Oh, Pharrell.
Okay. You're
No,
gonna tap again.
2 hours into the stream and I haven't even... Well, technically, like, it's only an hour since I had a half-hour pre-show, but... Oh, just barely! Take 3 off the top. I thought by now I'd have the island on.
Well, I distracted you.
No, but this is good because I've been doing all these half measures that were limiting my ability to do anything. But, you know, really, this is something I should have thought of, but went to the rescue as you...
Yeah. It's a good idea to
Well,
stream when Ponut is on.
When you asked about this idea in the Sega Extreme Discord, like 3 different people told you to do this. But we all just ran into the problem, oh, well, Joe Engine fucks up the background when you make it big. But anyway. No judgment, it has been a while, and we did try this before, but we had trouble with it, and we just wasted a whole stream on bullshit.
Yeah.
So, I apologize.
But this is good enough. I'm happy enough.
I would be too. As a player, you could put the clouds there. I would see the clouds move and know when the clouds are no longer on screen, I'm looking directly up. Because in the game, there's no clouds above the island, because the island is blue skies. Right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if that's the name of the island. I don't see... I can't...
It's not the name of the island. It's the name of the game. The island is Beef Island. The actual name of the island is Beef Island, but I don't like that, so I think I'm going to call it Paradise Island.
Name it Hidden Leaf Village.
No.
I was actually doing a euphemism, but you guys win.
Rogue, I haven't seen you talk in chat, but thanks for the follow. Introduce yourself. Talking among ourselves on the Emerald Nova Discord. Oh, funny, good. There we go. Okay. Background. Yeah, Ice Rogue, I don't know how long you've been listening, working on this flight sim game for the Saturn, and we've been spending like the last hour 20 trying to figure out how to get the sky to disappear directly up. Okay, now the other thing is we're going to want to take the limit off Y rotate. Let's go over to left and right, right? And there is some game logic in added in. Return to mean.
I would just it would just because it came up. I would just like to explain the name Blue Skies, what that means, if there, or if there's time. So
You're right there. I don't know if I struck.
well, there's this. You people probably know that there's this famous singer, the guy who sang Daytona.
Hino?
And,
Hino?
yeah. He also had a song where he sang about the blue sky, and it's for me that kind of symbolizes the Sega style of the 90s, like blue skies and not a care in the world. It's like inspired by games like Outrun and stuff like that, and that's the sort of feeling I just wanted to capture. Like in Outrun, you just basically drive. It's almost not about the racing, or it's not really a racing game. Yuji Naka said it as well. It's more like a driving game, and you're supposed to like get in this zone where you're just driving into the road, and that's kind of what Blue Skies, what the title means. It's because it's an airplane game, and there are blue skies, but it's also a design principle from Sega, I feel. Where's that song from? The one with the blue sky, the blue sky. Not the John Lennon song, not the Beatles song. The
If
Mr.
Alex,
Blue Sky?
in fact, you'll the song you're talking about, maybe.
I think
Are you thinking about the?
I think it's from
Yellow song?
Sonic.
Mr. Blue?
I think it's from Sonic R.
R?
Somewhere.
Oh,
Oh. Turn left. Turn left. Turn left. Why are you? Oh my goodness. What happened?
what you did is you
Whoops. Okay, one of the things was minus equal, one of them was plus equal. I welded up that one.
you might want to just control Z a little bit until you get back all your plus and minus equals.
No. This is fine because I don't want a regression to 0. I want it to stick with what I got so I can do implementation. We'll figure it out. What I'm not looking forward to is finding out that somehow the Joe engine implementation of these background planes strongly conflicts with the Z.
Just make sure you put everything in RAM. Yeah, like I told you, man. You got a plus equal somewhere that you got rid of that you shouldn't have.
Hey, I believe you.
But I don't know where because this rotation code is, well, mine's not any better.
I'm literally just trying to slowly convert what Joe's got into.
Well,
There
be
we
glad
go.
you're not working with my code.
Okay, so Thanos, I just want you to notice that the actual banking on this plane is kind of wonky because it is off center of the screen and I'm rotating based off the center of the screen.
You can adjust the center of your matrix. I know how to do that.
I guess we could. Yeah,
Well, go up and then spin. That would be the real. Well, we know what's going to happen, but anyway.
Do a barrel roll. I'm very happy.
I mean, we
Just
can
need
keep it
to
like
know.
that and just make it like a stylistic choice. It's probably not a great idea, but no. Okay, so the rotation, the actual we'd have to do it for the water and for the sky, really. But we take the translation and Y position on screen, downward, do the rotation, and just back upward. Here and then.
Well, what you actually do before you do any of this is all you have to do is push the screen as if you're third person, because my game is third person. I know exactly what this involves. Is
Right.
You need a pre-translation before you do any of these other translations or rotations of your view offset. And so, actually, no, excuse me. What I do is translate, rotate, then translate again.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Yeah, okay. Never mind, I'm retarded. I'm sorry. So I just forgive me.
Look, I'm wrapping the rotation in the translation. The thing is, I think the translation is just along the y-axis, whatever whatever the screen position is of the center of the plane. So, what's the height of the screen? Is it like 244?
$240. So
Where you want it
120 is what you want to put. Well, not 120 is what you want to put there.
120.
You want to put like
the bottom to the center, but let's do half that. Let's do 60. So let's push it upwards by 60 and then downward by 60. Same thing. So there's also this.
Well, you want to keep that translation. You don't want to untranslate that.
Correct. That's actually very necessary. But do I make this adjustment before or after? Or I guess it doesn't really matter. It's a translation. Translations are commutative. Let's just see how this works.
You know what? This may do exactly what you want it to, and I'm retarded.
It could be doing the exact opposite because I mixed up the signs. But from what I can tell, translation by negative should move the center point upward. But I could be wrong. This feels more right, but it doesn't feel 100% right. I don't know what you guys think.
Gotcha. I actually got to head out, but it was nice hanging with you guys, though.
Oh yeah, it's great to have you guys have you on.
That looks weird as hell. It looks like it's tumbling on a cone.
I mean, it's almost on the center. It's just barely not, you know?
You moved something the wrong direction. One of these center points is behind the screen right now.
And the plane is too low anyway.
What do you mean it's too? You want the plane to be on the center of the screen? They're not gonna be able to see anything.
No. The plane has to be on a very specific pixel because it's rendered that way. So to be perspective correct, the plane needs to be on a certain position on the screen because I rendered that in Blender with a camera to be at for a camera to be at a certain position and distance. So it's too low on screen.
Okay, so let's go ahead and right now I'm drawing the plane at -100. Or no, I'm drawing it at 60. Sorry, so 60 down from center. So where should it be on the screen?
It would be easier if you would draw it at the upper left pixel. Wait, I can open the folder. I got pre. Let me just open the folder.
So look, if I open up the plane is of size. It's 240 wide.
Look at sprites pre-rendered in the world. In the work folder, and not. I gotta stop naming these work folders. Work folder. Blue Skies sprites pre-rendered work folder, and then you see several 320 by 240 images, and that's where the plane is actually rendered at.
Okay, so which one am I opening up?
It's basically any of them. The plane is always in the same position, like biplane no alpha TGA or biplane back rudders left down PNG. You can it should be at that position. No, that's not you're not in the work folder. Oh, okay, that's the correct sprite, but let me just.
Oh
I
boy.
would have to know at which height that.
Just put it on here. Okay, so if we so Pono, just to remind me, it's 360 wide, 240 tall.
352 by 240.
352, 240. So,
You're doing percentage pixels there.
Okay, whoop, I screwed that up. 2 by 2. In. So, Xenos, for starters, what? The resolution is 320 by 244. Actually, 320 by 244 sounds more familiar.
He's basing this on 320 by 240. Excuse me. We do 352 by 224. I'm dumb. So he's basing it on 320 by 240. Well, this doesn't really change where it's supposed to be in the ratio wise. I think you just need to bump this up by 10 pixels and you'll be fine.
Okay, but more importantly, let's
Okay, Joe Engine does by default set it to 320 by 240.
that's not, yeah, that's why it sounds familiar. So,
why 244? That's not it at all.
wait, what?
I don't know why. I don't know why someone said 244. It's 240. Anyway,
Well,
carry on.
no, the image itself is at 240.
It is.
I mean, let's just look at Saturn native resolution. Saturn.
Whoa. But it is. Well, that's not correct.
Well, the native res depends on how you set it up. It's either 320 by 240 or 352 by 224.
I think it's 320 by 224. I think that's what Joe Engine. But we're going with whatever Joe Engine's setting up for us at the moment. I think it's 320 by 2. So Xenos, you don't have a correct resolution on here.
Go into Joe.h and open conf.h. You will see what he's setting it to.
Okay, sorry. Can you repeat that?
Me?
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's one of Joe's header file in Joe Engine, Joe, and conf.h is the header file we're looking to open. That tells us exactly how he's what he's set the screen to.
Okay, well he's saying 704, but that's clearly not right.
That's for high res mode. You scroll down, you'll see standard res mode.
320.
Okay, then
240.
Yep, 320. Okay, that's what I thought.
Okay. Yeah, we're doing 320, 240.
yeah, I must have got 320, 224, and 320, 240 mixed up or something. I don't know. But it's only for.
It's okay. It's not really that wrong. It's only 4 pixels.
Okay, anyway, just tell me where the center point for the plane is on, or actually I could probably do that myself. But
just count the pixels at the bottom and then raise it by that much.
so canvas size, this is
The pixel. It's 11 pixels from the bottom.
what?
You just said count the pixels at the bottom. It's 11 pixels from the bottom of the screen. The image. The lowest most pixel of the tire is like 11 pixels.
Are you counting the distance between the bottom of the tire and the bottom of the image?
Yes.
Okay. Not quite what we need, but
Well, I
Okay, so 78. That means 35
I think you need
plus 4, 39.
to-
So pixel 39 is this one right here. So these 2 pixels here, that's where you want to put them. So where is
Right.
that? How can I find this again? So if I take this
We're
bottom,
going by Emerald
What?
Nova's method. I think we need to translate it by. Oh wait, no, I'm doing it wrong. Never mind. Carry on.
okay, yeah. So 1, 2, 3 above that dark line. So let's go look at the image again.
No, both methods I get 39. 39 is what you need to move it by instead of 60.
So 1.
It's kind
No,
of
I'm getting-
hard if you.
Okay, I'm getting the center of the plane is going to be at 194, but that's 194 out of 44. So 194 minus 120. I'm getting 74 pixels south. Which is lower than what it already was. That doesn't sound right.
No, it's like.
What?
And I think I'm also. It should be. It should be higher because you don't have overscan on that, and the tire is already at the bottom of the screen.
Okay, but look at where it is on this render. It's already pretty low on the screen.
It
Try
is,
39.
but the tire is not at the bottom of the screen. It's a little higher, and I think I also need to look at that on hardware, and probably adjust for some overscan. So make it put the plane even higher and re-render.
Okay, so what are we doing right now?
We're making that number probably smaller. I would
Yeah,
try
we should be.
39.
But both of the numbers that we came up with are in the same neighborhood, and they're both bigger than what we have right now, just based off of the render that you gave us. So what you're saying is the render is incorrect, but then what do we do? How do we fix that?
Just
What do we?
move it up by 11 pixels.
Just 11?
11, yes. Because when I saw that in game, the tire was like at the bottom of the screen, so we moved it up by 11 pixels, so it's slightly above.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, that looks correct. Probably need to re-render that and put it a little bit higher because there's bound to be overscan. Like if I play this in game, on my TV I can't see the rotation X or barely see the rotation X.
Oh, well, that's your TV, dog. You need to fix that.
Yeah.
If
So
I play it on my my good CRT, all that's on screen. So
Yeah,
also
but
with okay, so just if you're using an upscaler, you get to see everything, including part of the overscan. And a lot of the people playing these games are using upscalers.
yeah, but I've always designed for CRT because if
Whoa.
we should design for how it was for CRT. If you use an upscaler, it's still gonna look good because you're gonna see stuff.
I'm discovering an
Houston.
issue with our method of control.
yeah, you're rotating the other. Okay, you just need to fix the angles that you're rotating the other one on because it's inverted from the other one. It's just not matched. I don't know how that happened, but it happened.
So no, what's going on is that the controls are going directly toward global rendering angles, right? But
Ah,
but all the controls should be mapped to local angles of the plane. So what we need is we need to translate the local angle of the plane to a global angle. Let me just make plane.c. I was complaining about something, I don't know what. Okay, just give me 1 second. I have to go check on why the dog's complaining. I don't know if he's or something. Hey, did we lose Ponut?
I don't know.
He's not in chat anymore, so I think we lost him. Give me 1 second. Oh, I see what's... Cats. One second. Yeah, the dog is scared of the cat, so I had to go mediate conflict resolution.
Your dog is scared of your aging toothless cat.
Yes. Okay. Oh no, we already miss you, but if you gotta go, it's fine. Okay, so right now input is tracking rotation, but we need so plane position, plane rotation. Really what we need to do is we need to track a normal. Okay, now I'm just trying to think. Dang it. Just when Ponut leaves, I need him again. But okay, fine. Oh.
Daddy's still listening.
Okay, he's still listening. Basically, what I need to do is I need to do matrix rotations. I just need to rotate into the normal of the plane, perform the rotation, and rotate back. So the thing is with SL Mult Matrix, Oh boy. I'm just trying to figure out how this is supposed to work. So how do I apply this matrix to a vector, though? Pop matrix. Well, I mean, I'm familiar with those normal kinds of matrix rotations, but... Oh... Well, at that point, I might as well just make my own mathematics formulas. Okay. Alright, so what we need to do is basically say, in the frame of the... So in the frame of the plane, we have station. Ah, crap. Alright, now I can't figure out what I need to do. So we have local rotations, so we need to rotate the normal back into position. Ah, crap. Okay, now we're gonna have to do this, go cheat and go look up some Wikipedia articles. Okay. Matrix C. Three-dimensional kind. Ready to do sine and cosine. We got that from Joe Engine already. This applied to yeah, Pona, I'm not following exactly what you like, I get you want me to use the normal matrix operations, but in terms of extracting what I need to get the translations that I need, I'm just thinking in terms of what needs to happen here. So do these matrix rotations, apply it to what? Or rather, do we just rotate into the frame of the plane? Are we doing that already? Can we do that? Wait, okay, Pona, I really wish you were back on voice, because I have no idea what you mean by that. A normal vector for some face. I don't understand how you're relating that to property of a matrix. Like, a matrix doesn't have a normal. But I think I just thought. So we are already having to rotate. Okay, you get it now, but I'm not sure if I get what you get. I don't know what you're talking about anymore. You by typing it up in chat and not talking, you're making the. But okay. Where do I handle it now? Input. When I increase an angle. This is a. I need to.
Okay, if you insist, we can talk about first in detail what you want mathematically right now.
Yes, that would be much better than what.
What do you want? Okay, you want a normal vector of what?
Okay, so I'm not even sure if I need a normal vector. What I need is that for the controls correspond to the plane's rotation, and then translate that plane's rotation after we've already kind of done the rotation here. So the thing is, when we're rotating around the y-axis, rotation y, that's the global y-axis, right?
You want your rotation to follow a paradigm. That paradigm is the axis of the plane. Basically, you want pitch to be a specific rotation relative to the other rotations you have made, your yaw in particular, right?
So what I need to do is I need to have the controls accumulate rotations relative to the plane, and so essentially, if I'm facing forward, I start rotating around the y-axis to face right. That would be in pictures. No, exactly what we're.
Well, I'm just imagining. The problem now is if you roll over to where the wings are now facing up and down instead of left and right, and you put in the control to pitch. What's actually the game is currently doing now is it's not respecting the fact that your plane is turned over. So what you're effectively doing with this pitch command is you're cheating, you're yawing, even though you want to be pitching.
Right.
So you want it to, yeah, okay, I understand. So you want to build the vector of the plane's direction where you're facing and then do everything else based on that.
Hitting like one distracting song after another. But so yeah, that's essentially what I need to do is keep track of the locally and make the adjustment when I finally do the draw command. So what we can do, thing is, the way I'm doing it now is the way I'm thinking what the solution is. Clearly not. So
well, you're doing the first stage. What you've done now is you've established what the player input is doing to the plane. Now what we need to do is make another matrix and multiply that like inverse. Oh, this is actually too dumb for me to put into words.
Okay, so when you say multiply by the inverse of a very specific thing that is computationally difficult for the Saturn to do.
Yes, it is. That proves also I don't really exactly understand what we need to do, but what I do know is you've done the first step. That you're, rather than complicating what you're doing, you're adding more steps to the end. This really what I'm saying isn't helpful, but hopefully you understand what I mean.
I accumulate roll accumulate as if I'm rotating around. Sense. I'm accumulating raw. I'm a y-axis, and pitch would be x-axis. Now, given that I should be able to rotation once, presumably. Or maybe I have to do the. Maybe first I have to do pull and pitch, and I don't know if there's like an be able to do them all at once, or at least in the opposite direction. Get the screen rotated onto whatever the plane. But that's kind of what we're doing already. So why isn't it?
Because there is an order, and this is. See, I don't know how to put this into words. I wasn't book learned on this. I just brute forced my way through this in the code until it worked. This is a big part of my surface alignment code. You'll notice, not that this is relevant right now, but in my game, if you're standing on an angled surface, your movements become relative to where you on an angled surface. This is it. It's really complicated for me to have to understand it in the first place was trial and error. That I figured out trial and error doesn't work, and I actually have to understand it. When I actually understood it, I was like, I'm not going to remember how I understood this, and it turns out that's true. But there is an order to rotations, and I figured out that in SGL, they prioritized, I remember they prioritized X. I wanted to prioritize Y because I wanted to reorder all of the rotations on Y, because Y is the pivoting axis, and that's basically you spinning. At least in my case, I wanted to prioritize the spinning axis because that just made it a whole lot easier to figure out. However, that also introduced gimbal lock. So, and what I mean by gimbal lock is because Y became the dominant axis, where they wanted to prevent Y being the dominant axis, because in a first-person game, that was simpler for them, I guess? I don't know. When Y is the dominant axis, you get gimbal lock because you begin to lose rotations when you're all the way rotated X and all the way rotated Y. One begins to do what it's... This is way more complicated than I know how to put into words. But
essentially, one axis can bind onto more or less the rotation of the other axis along the axes.
Yes, which kind of happens in a plane, but not this way. Anyway. So okay, this is an inverse matrix operation. What I have here is again, this is Y biased, specifically Y biased. Positive sine by negative 90 degrees, then positive sine by Y to X. Well, okay, Z to Z negative, basically, then Y to X negative, then added of sine Y, Y negative, then multiply that by sine Y plus 90.
Okay, so what you're describing, you're just describing the result.
Yes.
Yeah, so I can handle that part.
Yeah. You need to figure out... I don't know why I'm telling you what you need to do. You know what you need to do. You need to make a new matrix to convert this to the paradigm you want, which is the planes Y. Basically, it's a change of basis, but you want to not keep the change of basis.
Right, but here's the thing. So when I do the input, it's getting mapped directly to... I need it mapped to the... Basically, I need angle increment put through rotation, create the frame of before I even allow it. Whatever we're. Probably doesn't help that it's not fixed.
Doesn't hurt too much.
The angles are great injury, not the because Joe doesn't like SGL.
Oh, okay, so he's dumb. That's right. Forgive me,
using floats
Johannes.
before.
I'm not calling you dumb.
Joe, we're just frustrated. But yeah, he was using floats before, and I converted it into integers. That was the next use thing. He doesn't have fixed the angle type, you know, that automatically loops. I have to do all the crap because of that.
Oh, okay. Well, fundamentally, your first step is you're constructing the player's inputs relative. You're basically this. Well, you already have. And then you need another matrix to keep track of the difference. That's why it's negative. That's why I use the word inverse. It's difference of what the world is actually rotated, which is not at all. But there's a, you know, I don't know. I don't even know. I don't know what I'm saying anymore.
Okay. So we have the angle increment. That should apply locally to y and right. You just need to translate that into so the thing is, can I apply a matrix onto station X, Y? I have to do that manually, right?
Yeah. I think I understand what I'm trying to say now. There's a matrix operation, the sinus and cosinus relationship between your Z and Y, and then what is actually put into the game's rotation as X, Y, and Z. You're putting in Z and Y, and there's a specific matrix that you want to apply to the global X, Y, and Z. And yeah, so I finally said what I wanted to say. I doesn't have to help you, but yeah.
I mean, really, what I would want to ask from you, the function of being able to do, in terms of applying an actual matrix operation on a vector, but I don't think it's hell. I think they just do matrices for mistake.
Yeah. Basically, if you look at my matrix operations, it's no. I can screenshot this for you. It's ugly, but you're gonna end up doing this. So let me save this to desktop and send it to you over Discord, so you can look at how ugly it is.
I'm thinking in terms of like if I just identity right in diagonal, that actually gonna preserve it, gonna maintain diagonal structure.
Okay.
Maybe
I private messaged you garbage.
Okay, you mind if I put it up?
Yeah, you can put it on screen.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, so this is I think I've actually done I had to do for scenario.
Yeah, that is my surface alignment stuff, and it's dumb, but it works.
Thing is, you're on the angle.
Yeah, that's why 49.1. What is that actually? I forget what that is. Let me go find out what that is.
I forget what the branch cut. I'm assuming like
It's 270 degrees. That's 270 degrees.
What?
49.1 for that number. That magic number is 270 degrees.
Okay, so pi over 2. Essentially, we're gonna have to make a function. So the plane rotation is going to be a local rotation, right? Here's the thing. By definition, in local space, the plane is not rotating. It can't rotate because then it would be rotating relative to itself. So this will be a temporary input. So we write stuff to plane rotation, and then we have to apply it. So then let's make an apply plane rotation function.
You know what? I can send you a function that makes a matrix, and you can customize how you make this matrix. Basically, how it responds to your
that would be great, but without
you give it
without the ability
to
apply it to a vector, I don't know how much use I can make out of it. I might as well just write it myself, make sure that I understand what's going on, and it's commented.
You're right.
Unless you have the ability to apply the matrix to a vector, in which case a lot of this would go a lot faster.
Well, let me look at this. Well, no, I don't. But the thing is, this is my bounding box code is what I'm talking about. And I'm just thinking about how would I do this? Well, I would make a bounding box and have this bounding box rotate along the world, with your player inputs would make a new axis, a new 6-axis rotated bounding box that represents the plane. And I would put my camera there, of course, but then I know how to rotate the world around that and around itself because I know what its axes are. But basically, that's one way of doing what you're going to end up doing. So, never mind.
Yeah. So, Unix Zealot, to respond to your comment, essentially that's what we are doing is we're directly rotating the global coordinate system. The problem with that is that the inputs are meant to imply local coordinate rotation. So no matter where my plane is facing, if I press left on the D-pad, I expect the plane to roll left and start rotating that way. But because it's writing directly to global coordinates, it's rotating the entire world along a preferred axis, and it shouldn't do that.
And the reason why this is more complicated for Emerald Nova right now is this is a plane that doesn't just rotate on the y-axis. This is also a plane that rolls and pitches.
Full 3D control.
Relatively simple thing. Now that he puts it in that perspective, where all we're really doing is trying to get the world to respond correctly to player inputs. But this is only 3 times as complicated because you're rotating in 3 axes, not really 1 primarily. Anyway, carry on.
Do I need to keep the void in here? I forget.
Yes. Well, no, but yeah. You can not have a void in those brackets.
Yeah, I'm just thinking in terms of like keeping consistent everything. Consistent code formatting, so suddenly changing things. You're gonna make a fix, font fix. Or do we want short? Here's the thing. Fixed times the short is still fixed without having to do any fancy stuff. Right?
Correct. Fixed
Okay.
times the short is a fixed.
There we go. Or you know what? No, we actually do need a plain heading. So instead of that, let's the plane's orientation relative to the world. That. And then that kind of replaces the need. So rotating by Z, rotate 90 degrees around Z. By Z. Okay, so that makes a. So the rotation is a correction in this picture. So if I'm facing forward along the x-axis, the y-axis is on my left. Rotating. Oh no, rotating counterclockwise is correct. Long. Okay, so that's curling around Z. So yeah, okay. So we're heading in that direction. So really what we want to do is we want to reverse the matrix. Or reverse the angle that we're constructing out of the matrix. So let's start with X. So row, column, column. Okay. First row is 1, 0, and then entries on here. And then we need a Joe engine math function that will take in shorts and output fixed. I believe we have that. Math. Alphabetical, right? Oh, there. Okay. Back of it for a minute. Sign. Fixed in radians, but thing is, it's very inconvenient to use radian fixeds. There we go. So in is an integer, and out as fixed. That's exactly what I need. Assuming cosine is much the same. Where are you? Yep, okay, good. Okay, going back to rotation matrix. 1, 1 would be cosine. Same at 2, 2. Diagonal. Minus the global version. X. Ah, crap. And then on row 1, entry 2 is minus sign. Now I could translate these property or to take advantage of the definition of sign, but I'd rather just get these things done in a consistent format. Okay, so we apply this rotation matrix to get everything into the coordinate system. And then iterate. Okay, now I'm having trouble figuring out what I want to do. So, how does this translate to an angle though? Like, essentially, what I'd have to do is I'd have to take the normal of the plane, rotate it to face along the global normal, and then rotate that normal in the coordinate system after I've rotated that, gotten the normal back onto minus z or plus z. Feel like I'm doing a lot of work getting these matrices written out, and I don't even know how I'm going to use them yet. Could be an issue. Okay, so that is matrix. Those are fixed. Well, actually, no. The fixed need to properly input. Okay, now they're all fixed. Now what do we do to apply them? We're gonna have to construct another rotation matrix. Oh my goodness. Well, thanks for sticking around for so long, Ponut. You've been very helpful, actually. But now I'm just gonna have to struggle through this. Too many lyrics in the background. There we go. What I want to do is I want to be able to write the angle as just like I'm already doing. But I think I'm gonna have to move everything normals. And if we're doing that, we're not just keeping track of the plane normal, we're keeping track of the plane's upward direction too. I got to think about what we're doing. So by default, we're starting out facing Z positive. Or wait, no, positive. Negative Y is up. We're facing Z negative. Or no, X is to the right. X, Y, Z. Okay, so we're facing Z positive. That's the default normal is 0, 0, 1. Now I input, also the upward heading is going to be 0, minus 1, 0 because upward is minus Y. So when I press left on the controller, nothing should happen to the forward normal because we are rotating around the Z axis. But also the that input would cause the up vector to rotate around Z. So it's going to go from 0, minus 1, 0 to starting to head toward the left, towards, say, you know, minus 1, 0, 0, base minus X. That would be like if we turned 90 degrees to the left, top of the plane was facing left. So if we do that, how do we translate that into an actual global coordinate system? Because when we go back and do the actual coordinate transfer, we have to do it in a way that we have actual realistic. Keep coming back to the idea that I have to translate back north means I have to back. Well, I don't even know if we have that option. Yeah, so the only arc cosine we have takes in floats. Oh, I'm not a fan of. Okay, so let's think of this in a different way. let's think about how this is going to be constructed, and then maybe we can figure out a way to cheat this. If we keep accumulating rotations along the local coordinate system, I'm thinking there's a way around this. Do the rotations in very Sonic 3D last sound. Back to the pic. That one. And I do yaw. Yaw will be. But if I start with yaw, rotate yaw, rotation around y-axis, y-axis, and then we do the as well. Sorry, sorry. So this is y-axis for yaw, roll axis, rotations around. Do yaw axis allows to rotate around the axis. That will come out correct, and then afterwards we start rotating around the axis. That should still be correct because we are. After we still be, that should be fine. And then from there, if we rotate from pitch rotation will so I think if we just do this order as Y rotation, X rotation, in that order. Talking right now. Rotate.
Dear Lord, this sounds complicated.
What?
It sounds extremely complicated.
That's into the for after how and off. Have time to like rate stuff. Now that we're here, kind of need to, because it's gonna really screw rendering the island if we. Yeah, we have rotate X1. Okay, the rotation matrix is exactly what we. But I don't know what order, Joe. I'm gonna do manually. We decided y-axis. Then that means when I do this, the sky is going to come out looking very wrong. So I think the sky needs to rotate about the axis. But first we need to rotate. Because the sky is a 2D object. Okay. Let's see how this works right now. I feel like I'm something. Yep. Keep in mind, I'm holding that. Be disabled. Station. Rotating the opposite direction is course handling right now. Break vertical train. Problem is up. Pushing up, pushing down should rotate down, that up. Oh, what's going on? Up and down are X rotations. But they're the last one applied, so once I'm in that frame of reference, it should be pushing it upward. Did I get the order wrong? Worship? anything. Right? This was closer to correct, but it's still wrong. Now, that. Still broken. Holding left, give myself that somehow. I press left. Really, it should. Positive angle. But it's still. But it's not being a sky. It's being applied, or just a sky. First off, we can water. First part is, I think this problem I've already solved. I don't even. Right, and the water is that sky. But this was A, right? Why was it Y? Maybe I don't need... I can't remember what I did. X. Y, right? E. I mean, I just... trying to figure out... trying to make sense of it. Guy is not rotating at the same rate. I don't know. It feels like it's rotating like half the rate. I can't fix it. Get rid of this. Pure Z rotation. Am I too far away from the mic? But doing that somehow got rid of my ability to turn against the wall. But maybe I'm in the wrong coordinate axis. Maybe I'm still using Joe's weird coordinate axis. I mean, right now I'm not even I don't even care about the center of rotation at the moment. I just want the rotations to be correct. Correction. I know we had it correct before, but now I want this done actually properly. So let me get rid of this offset. Thought I did that before, but I guess I'll sky. Feels like this should be based off of Y. But the Z rotation should definitely be based off of Z, and I don't understand why it wouldn't. Get rid of the scale for now. Am I just fundamentally misunderstanding how Joe used angles? So if I put Y here, that shouldn't do it. So right now I'm not doing any rotations around Y, but when Joe draws stuff, I think. It might not even be Joe, it might be SGL. I think SGL's coordinate system for U planes might be a little bit screwy. I already have to adjust 90 degrees on X. That's why we have rotation X as a different variable here. Okay, so the ground plane is in the water plane. So are we doing something like this? 'Cause I think what I accidentally did is I accidentally changed the coordinate system that I'm controlling the plane with. And now I need to adjust for that because the way Joe constructed the draw commands, he's using a different coordinate system than your standard 3D space and SGL stuff. Okay. It's closer to what I need. I'm pressing left and right, and I'm least rotations along Z are resulting in rotations along Z. But I press left, going right. So let's subtract that. Let's see here. But I don't understand why the sky's rotation is weird. Left? Right, okay, the water is correct. Sky? Not so much. So here's the thing, I think for some reason, I don't know that this is Joe's fault, but I know his demo had some weird coordinate transform crap that wasn't necessary because it was using different coordinates than you do when you're doing 3D objects. Like his up was like Z instead of -Y. So sky rotating at twice my speed. The sky is rotating double my angle. Wrong direction. I probably reversed what I needed there. Okay, now this guy's not rotating at all, but that's because rotation basically useless. Rotation Y is not doing anything. There is no Y rotation at the moment. Japanese lyrics still counts as lyrics. Off the... Okay, now it's correct. Alright, I'll take that. So somehow I fixed the coordinate system crap. Sort of. Now we still have the same... Okay, well we're still kind of rotating around an axis we're not supposed to, but we can fix that. I think we just reintroduce this, we'll be fine. Actually, the sprite is drawn at -40. Okay. Double check. Okay. Okay, so we got the water and the sky behaving as they should again, and we just have to remember that in Joe Engine, X is offset by 90 degrees, and Y and Z are in Y. I'd have to go and look up to see if that's even still right-handed or not, but it's probably a negative sign I'm missing. There we go. And now the sky is staying stationary, so the offset is correct now. Xenos, you still awake?
I'm here.
Okay, I'm just wondering.
As I told you, I went and ate something. Did you hear that?
I did not hear that. I was probably too focused on this stupid crap. Yeah, eating's important. See, now what's bothering me is that if I'm maintaining this flat heading, right? Yeah. So, like, the amount of gradient above the horizon should stay the same while I rotate. Oh, it does. Okay. Huh. But when I'm slightly above, it looks like it sinks below. I think it should. Because I think the offset needs to be adjusted for locality too. Oh no, we're all praying for your colon. Yeah, like the horizon sinks below. It's really the point at which the sky touches the horizon shouldn't really change too. So the translation for the sky needs to be that. Thing is, it's hard to keep track of that because the sky is being drawn as Alexu, thanks for the follow. I haven't heard from you in chat yet. Go ahead and introduce yourself. We're working on a Sega Saturn homebrew game, and past hours or so, it's mostly been just dealing with displaying flat planes. Oh yeah, that's fair. I'll take a look. If you have any questions, go ahead and ask them. I think Conan's still around, so he can actually answer. And then I can answer them. And the two incorrect parts that we introduced the question would cancel each other out. Anyway, what I was saying is, horizon is drawn as dynamic. I don't know if there's a way to predict what point the horizon hits the screen. Like what pixel, how many pixels up the horizon did. But when we draw the background isn't in 3D space, it's just like painted in the back. And so we adjust it with some wiggle factors, touch factors, but without knowing where the horizon touches the background, I don't know if that's a fixable problem. I mean, I guess we can map where the horizon disappears in terms of angle. I guess we can try doing that, and then we'll just make a linear adjustment based off of that. Enough. Between 26 and 30. 29? Call it 29, I think 29. 29 is when it disappears off the bottom. Oh, this background color is not helping. $39? Okay, let's call it 39. Yeah, 38 would be wrong. 39, I think, was right. So, just to take notes, 39 water at top of the screen, and then 329 water at bottom. So, okay, this is crossing over zero. Part. So the space between 39 plus 360 minus 39, one more for Jesus, is 71. We need to map 71 over a vertical distance of 240. Divided by 70. 40 divided by 71. think 71 is... $31 plus 39, 70, 240 divided by 70. So let's call that offset is 3,429 divided by 1,000. 1,429. Where's that sky adjusted? Break this out. So that's going to be 3,120. Rotation X. Thing is, rotation X is adjusted so that flat is at 90 degrees. So the whole thing is within the same branch cut, so that's fine. So then what's the default value? 90. 309. 309. Okay, let's retain the original piece. Default 309, and then for sky adjust, we're gonna put in this. Okay. And really, it's the same for both. Or actually, no. 60. I adjust this. See if this actually does it. Now, if I did the math right, I don't know if I did. I probably have adjusted for roughly where the horizon should be when I start rotating. First, if it's okay. Okay. Okay with that. Oh my goodness. So it's 290.
It's missing no.
Let's turn this. So 309 is the default. 309 minus 90. It's 19 as a starting position.
seems like missing no is appearing again and again.
Oh, okay, why is it crossing over? That's the thing. It shouldn't have this crossover behavior. Because rotation X, starting at 0, getting adjusted up to 90. Oh. Try this. And not have the check. I'm sure the check was there for a good reason. I just getting rid of it for right now. Or maybe I should have subtracted. $90 plus $309 be $599. Nope, that was incorrect. Why am I getting the crossover behavior again? Oh, okay, I forgot. So this should happen after we do the sanitized input. So 0 plus 90. Thing is, this part should not have affected that because none of the angles I was going over would have been adjusted by this after the plus 90 part. Okay, and it's going in the wrong direction. Now it's going way too fast. Ah. Okay, clearly I did this wrong. So let's ignore that problem and just kind of wave it away. Go back to what we were doing before, which is basically no sky adjust. Oh, wait. Where's sky adjust coming into contact? Okay. We were overcompensating. That's why. So, rotation X should have been disabled there. So let's try that again. Okay, so it's behaving relatively correctly. It's just that the offset's wrong. Let's try initial offset 0. Okay, let's try initial offset 290. See what happens. Probably too much. I probably need to scale it back a bit. Yeah, that's too much. I just still don't like how this is. At least now when I climb, climbing makes some amount of sense. Ascending makes some amount of sense. So the sky itself, having some issues. See what happens when I apply the same rotation matrix. Oh wow. Not expecting that. So, rotations about Z, or no, sorry, rotations about Y should be made redundant on the background, so I should zero that out. Oh, thanks for the, follow, Seven Shades. Haven't heard from you in a bit. Are you going to be entering this year's competition? Or are you a different Seven Shades than I'm?
One that did the kitty cat game. Cube Cat.
Definitely. Okay, yeah, that's what I figured.
I'm a fan of your sky and your ocean. You should keep that up.
Okay, that's good. Everyone wants to hear more from you. Maybe do a level pack for CubeCat. I don't know.
Yeah. Make CubeCat a finished game.
That he is. He's a good dev. Get rid of that adjustment. I don't think it's doing anything. I can relate. How much more summer we got? It's already halfway through June.
I wouldn't say that.
Right.
The winters are terrible in Germany. Let's just let's just believe in summer that it'll last forever.
So yeah, we're kind of playing with what comes packed in with Joe Engine. The only issue is that it's kind of hard to figure out how to get local translations to translate properly into global. Going from local rotations to global rotation. If I want to do, take the plane on its side, start climbing, right? This. Yeah, the sky is still kind of doing some weird stuff. In fact, considering what I'm currently doing, the sky doesn't really make sense. Maybe the rotation needs to go before translation. Probably a bad idea, but let's see what happens. I'm not looking forward to how bad this is going to screw things up. Okay, at the very least, if I climb, is it going to do properly? Oh. Okay. Okay, we can fix this. We can fix this. Because this, I like this behavior. It's... So this behavior is incorrect, right? But this behavior is not bad. Problem is, as soon as we go off axis, things are crazy. But let's stick with what's going to work. Here's the thing, in CubeCat, isn't the sky like a quad-based? Like an actual skybox? Like a skybox?
That's too bad. I had hoped Seven Shades could help us with the sky.
Let's do this, but minus 90. Just to see what happens. rotating around Z, right? But why is it? Um. It looks like it's being translated south based off of Z rotation, but I don't see any opportunity for that to happen. Oh, crap. Thing is, I want that left. I just have to figure out why the rotation. Thing is, Ponut, and I'm in scenario, and like literally the entire field of view is nothing but quads. I don't notice a debilitating slowdown that you guys are worrying about. Thing is, Xenos wants rotational hot stuff. I mean,
No, I was just happy that it ran at 60 FPS with 500 something words on the island. I was just surprised that it ran so well. I'm not actually targeting 60 FPS. I don't think the game is going to be that fast paced, and I don't think that it needs 60 FPS.
But
I still no. I'm very happy that if I can get a working skybox on VDP2 where I can dump my skybox, a luxurious skybox, and I don't have to worry about bit depth or anything, I will be very happy.
okay, but you realize we just spent like 3.5 hours trying to get it to even behave a little bit.
I thought it was. I thought we were getting them, or are we not getting?
Okay, what? You want to try that again?
Are we getting there, or are we not getting?
I honestly can't tell. Because remember, like, our rotations are still. We still need to solve the rotation problem.
Well, about quad count for one. How many faces? Well, basically, how many faces do I need for that? I was playing with the skybox as a mesh, but then do a UV texture that, how many textures that's going to create, and how many faces do I need to get to that skybox, and how is that gonna add up to my face count for the island and the buildings?
Yeah, you're a little too paranoid about the face count and stuff like that.
Well, I can't exactly material map it.
Why not?
Well, because it was going to look like the sky image in the demo. Like, that's one of, I noticed it's like one of the key elements of the game style. It needs an impressive sky, not just some sprites floating around, but really something.
There's definitely an order problem here of what I'm doing with this thing. So
Yeah, but on Saturn, Opponent says the skybox is a literal square. Yeah, but okay. For one, the texture is gonna warp, or I don't know. So there's gonna be a noticeable crease, I think, at the corners. I think you had that problem before, and on Saturn, I'm gonna need to subdivide any skybox or not, because otherwise it won't display correctly. So at how many quads am I looking at? Like 100 quads?
no, not even close. Like, think about the doorway. The doorway takes up the entire screen. What is it?
I don't know. Well, yeah, that's true. Well, that's true enough.
So vertical translate here. Problem is, I rotate sky. So where is the Z dependence on rotation? There is no Z dependence on rotation. What is going on? Oh, thanks for the follow, Spin Toner. I don't know how long you've been following, but we're still banging our heads against the wall against basically coordinate system transform problems. Okay, Pona, you're gonna have to explain what you by Z90. Okay, I'm like right on top of the mic, but what do you mean by Z plus 90?
It means the rotation of the image.
Oh, okay, I'm here now. You can hear me, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could stand to be a little closer to the mic, but what do you mean by plus 90?
So I'm just thinking about when I set up RBG0 before, how I had to rotate it to get it to look like a floor, right? So to get it, when RBG0 starts, it is just flat against the screen like 2D. Oh boy. So, and understandably, the matrix for this is if you translate it Y, it goes up on the screen. You know this already. And so the floor is rotated some way to get it to be the floor. Now, the floor isn't the problem. Somehow it's the flat screen in the back that's a problem. And I'm thinking that because of nothing. Wow, I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. Okay. It's rotated funky to begin with, and we're trying to apply to it rotations relative to the floor, our relationship with the floor, because the floor has been rotated flat. Well, this screen, so to speak, the screen is facing us. So we have to assume we're adding 90 degrees somewhere, then rotate from that 90 degrees, even though that 90 degrees is imaginary. So I don't know what's going on anymore.
So by default, when we're displaying one of these planes without rotation, it's facing us. So it's like the normal is 180 of what our normal is. The only real rotation we need to apply to the sky is a Z rotation, and without making the Z rotation, it is oriented correctly already. So that's we're already starting at the correct rotation. Additional rotations should only serve to rotate along the sky's local Z axis, and everything else needs to be handled through translation. So the thing about that is translation, I think, needs to be first, and then rotations. But then we need additional translations after we're rotating the frame. We might need two translations. We might need a first translation that handles putting it away from us, and
yes,
the Y rotation. I don't even know if that does anything at the moment.
Yeah. And now I'm also thinking about this. Because it's plastered up in front, we're doing, you already know, we're doing screen space translations, which is wild to consider because we have a floor where we're doing world space translation.
Yeah, I know.
So I'm not helpful, but I tried.
Okay, but these Y rotation isn't even doing anything. We're not affecting it. It's been disabled. So really, we need to be able to apply the Z rotation ahead of time and then afterwards. And that doesn't make any sense to me. So yeah, okay. I don't. That's the thing, is that this Y segment of the translation not only handling sky going up and down when we're correctly oriented, but it's also handling that when we're on our side, when we translate after the rotation, it correctly handles climbing up and down, but then incorrectly handles horizon when we start rolling again.
So you're right. I think that sky adjust needs to be before you rotate, not after.
Yeah, but then once we do that, we get the same problem as before, where
Yeah, and then rotate, it's all the way down. Oh god. Yeah, you're right.
yeah, so
I don't
we're
know how
trying to
solve
do.
that, dude.
It's a weird projection problem that for some reason I can't think of the solution to, where along one rotation, the answer is to do it before. Along another rotation, the answer is to do it after. And the issue with that is, what happens when you're on diagonal, right? How do you handle the two?
Well, that's a sine-cosine relationship.
So that's the answer then, isn't it? So like we need to figure out how to multiply by, I guess, rotation Z to figure out what part of the adjustment to do before, what part of the adjustment to do after. So let's assume Okay, first off, let's get rid of the rotation Y, because I don't think that's even doing anything at the moment. And then we can add it back in later. Or, okay, I'll just leave it here for now. Put 0 here. So let's, this is singular, or sorry, this is integer. This is an integer. Okay. So when rotation about Z is 0, the correct answer is to do it after, right?
Yep. And cosine is 0? Am I correct? I mean...
But thing is, now I need a cosine that will... Well, I could probably just force it. It's coming out as a fixed. Well, that's the other thing, is... Oh, okay, no. The answer is this. There. And then shift it back down by 16, so... Double check. Where's the math? Math.
Are you looking
Just gonna
for
double check.
the cosine?
Obviously, there's not gonna be an integer-based sine and cosine that isn't on some other different basis. So I'm just gonna take Joe sine, Joe cosine. All right. So if the correct answer is that the full part of the rotation is happening afterward when we're oriented along rotation z0, then let's take rotation z0, show it in here, and then we do something similar over here, but with sine. So a portion of the translation is done before, a portion is done afterwards. In the limit of 0 and 90 degree rotations, this should be correct. As far as what happens in between, I have no clue. This could be a very good idea or a waste of time, I don't know. Up, down, okay, that's working as expected, right? Let's get back on our principal axis. Close enough. Rotate, holy crap! Here's the thing. No, that's very wrong. No, it's still going up and down, and it's not translating. So, what happened? Yeah, actually, that sounds right. I buy that. But that would just change the direction. I didn't see it translating properly. So in the limit of a 90 degree rotation, all of it should be happening before. Oh boy, it's awful. Not working. Okay, up, down. Yeah, it's not translating horizontally. It's purely vertical translation right now. But if I go back into 0, but here's the thing. What you said is correct. It should work that way. I'm not quite ready to stop yet because I feel like this is solvable. But here's the thing. So this still works correctly. But why is it still triggering when cosine of 90 is happening? Oh, don't tell me I'm in the wrong basis. Is he's not using the angle in degrees? Okay, yeah, okay, good. Okay, good. Oh, we want that as well. And I don't think that had to do with anything. maybe X. Okay, that makes sense too. So before, or if we're, oh, okay. But then, no, but that's not how it was working before, right? If I wanted to be translating along Y at where I'm rotated. Okay, let's try it that way then. Why is it still creeping up and down, though? I mean, the vertical part's correct, the horizontal is not. So with the 90% Z rotation, this part is correct and this part is not. So rotation Y, there is no rotation Y. That's set to 0. That hasn't changed. That's not affecting it. Oh, you know what? Sky adjust. It should be rotation independent, I believe. Because it's just a constant offset. We'd apply at the end. So let's try that. So the sky adjust was being taken into account, and then we were rotating out of what was happening. So still behaving as it was before here. And then on. Okay, it disappeared when I did that. Disappeared when I did that. Oh boy. Thing is, now without that, maybe I need to make the adjustment bigger. Bigger or smaller? I forget which way it worked. Let's try minus 100. I do not recall, but at this point, it's almost too late. What I don't get is why the screen is still creeping up and down when rotation Z is at perfectly 90. I mean, this is more or less the behavior we want, but the screen shouldn't be creeping like that. rotation X is applying some part of the translation. I just can't tell what's going on there. Because sky adjust is static right now. It's just one constant offset. You mean like here or something? So here's the thing. Cosine converting to... but that's not really something I can fix though. That's just a problem with Joe Engine's sine and cosine. Let's see if this will... I mean, if I can't trust the math functions, I'm not in a good place. Not about to rebuild sine and cosine. Oh yeah, that's definitely not right. So why... So with 0 x rotation... You know what? Sky adjust offset needs to be first. That's why. So if I start using angle as angle, I'm gonna have to constantly, I'm gonna have to convert from angle to something Joe can use every once in a while, but I guess I might not have a choice. This feels correct. Okay. Problem is rotating. Rotating provides this weird behavior. I'm not still adjusting by height of the plane, am I? Okay, so first off, this needs to go up here. Also, comment that out for now. I think we can safely get rid of that stuff. That. Guy adjust is first. None of this stuff up front. Let's go. So it might just be that I have to convert to proper angle in SGL and then just have angle to integer version whenever Joe Engine starts to rub heads with it. Butt heads or whatever. Oh, that is very weird. And it's doing this offset crap. Don't get it. Oh, wait. Why is this here when it should be here? Right? I don't remember moving that. That's correct. This is not correct. This should just be... Well, maybe it is correct. Okay. Maybe it's just I have to implement the offset. Why it feels wrong. But when I rotate like this, the sky is shrinking, and it shouldn't do that. The sky is dipping down. So the sky is translating based off the Z rotation, and it shouldn't. But that would not have fixed anything. You know why I just did that? So why is basically the top of the texture, that broken part is more or less we can consider the top or bottom of the texture. Why is that approaching the horizon as I rotate? As I make rotation Z adjustments. Okay, so here's the thing though, is rotation X, right? That's, oh, that's defined as 90. That's, okay, never mind. Stop compiling. Not gonna teach us anything. So the adjustment is already separate from the circle, right? It's just an additional translation on top of this translation. They should not affect each other. And then we do the rotation. So, actually the sky adjust should be applied to the y-axis? Yeah, oops, okay. That's the y-axis before it gets rotated. Yeah, okay. Right. Okay. But it's still sinking below the horizon. It really shouldn't do that. So with rotation of 90, changing, okay, rotation X of 90, because of that's the adjustment. As we rotate Z, we end up with the skybox dipping below, or basically the visible part of the sky dipping below the horizon. And it really shouldn't do that. Like, ignore the plane. The plane offset isn't important. Just comparing the water level up here to what's going on down here, it shouldn't do that. The X translation after the rotation. The whole point is that one rotation X before the rotation, the other works on Y after the rotation. Heck, this could be 0. It's getting translated in a circle. Okay, yeah, I see where that's coming from. I get that, but that's not the point of this. The point of this is to rotate the contribution plane's orientation correctly. So if we're basically we're rotating rotation X from local to global coordinates, at least partially. Maybe it's back to that problem of I'm going to make some method of telling global coordinates, but I mean, all of this would be so much easier if these were all just odds. We just put everything in camera, but because we're dealing with green space, with getting this. Okay, so maybe we can isolate where this is coming from. So if we disable one of these commands, it's probably not going to tell me much because they're probably both necessary to adjust the skybox correctly. Up, down. That's behaving as expected. Eight. Sinks in horizon. Why is a rotation causing it? Translation partially restored. But with effectively throw X, no translation happening, right? Yeah, so there should be no translation happening, yet it is still translating. So what is going on? I've got ads? Do I get money from ads? I don't remember having ads.
I've never seen ads here.
Huh. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure if I would say no to McDonald's sponsorship. I would not enjoy having to get sponsored by fast food. I'd prefer, like, sort of hardware vendor or something, you know?
Something real. That coding language is C. Van Valve 26.
What? Oh.
He asked what code. It's just pure C. NZC. 1989 NZC or whatever.
I don't know file Lua pattern. Okay, well, this looks correct in that we have lost the ability to tell what the sky is doing. Let me. Almost as if the sky isn't even there. Did I accidentally call command? No, it's still there. Yeah, the sky is just straight up gone. And I think it's something to do with the fact that you need a non-trivial translation on the z-axis. Get it to actually. Oops. There we go. Okay. Broken, but there. I have vertical. No, I do not. This looks like it's doing it correctly. As I rotate, maintaining its position in the sky. So, culprit is the post-rotation translation. Now, what? That. Why is this equation causing things to start translating when... You know what? Maybe because we only have half the rotation going here. So this will work that let's get the initial translation first and separate it so we can actually look at the proper logic. 0, 100, 0. Okay, that's initial adjustment. Now we have pre-rotation inflation. Post-rotation translation, and then the rotation. Now, should there not be a sine cosine component here? I'm assuming because this is a negative sign over here. I just got to roll with me on this. I've got a feeling that have X and Y. Better or worse? Okay, try that. Oh, that's... Honestly, these are all so bad I can't tell if it's better or worse. So the climbing is still correct, but the inflation is still happening. So okay, so I'm rotating the X translation. Crazy. I'm rotating the X translation here. Yeah, we're trying to reverse engineer an understanding of coordinate translations between space, and it's not going well. Up, down. So this translation isn't even working anymore. It's been disabled somehow. Okay. So, initially, up and down is going to be Y. That's going to be do 0 times that for now. Afterwards, it's going to be zero. That should be it. This line should in fact be 0. Maybe my hunch was wrong. But then we have our actual rotation. Okay, let's see what happens when I do this. No, I don't pop the matrix until after I draw. Oh, no, yeah, between our, yeah. They get popped before each draw command. That feels relatively right. Okay. Rotate. Crazy. And this is 50% wrong. Yeah, I'll, here's a B draw command. Yeah, here's the pop, and here's the push. And here's another pop again. So yeah, they are getting reset. So even when I'm at a 90-degree angle, assume this is 0 again. It just looks like the picture of the sky being stagnant while everything else is moving around it. The worst part about this is that along one axis, it's correct. And then I can, in some situations, I can get it so along the other axis, it's still correct. But when I try to combine the effects, I don't know, maybe that is good enough. Maybe I just need to put the adjustment back. Get the sky where it needs to be. Spend an awful lot of time just making the sky look right. You don't even have a finalized sky spread.
That part I'm going to handle. I already know how to model clouds with meta balls and converting meshes to volumes, so I should be good.
So, opponent, I think a lot of these problems will be solved when I have a proper control over... Why can't I move anymore? There we go. A lot of these problems will be solved when I have a proper control over local versus global coordinates, because right now everything's still global. Like you see, when I point the plane down, acceleration still points me forward. I need to have a normal for the plane to have a thrust against, and I need to be able to climb at an angle without the whole world going crazy. Like the water is basically flat on my right, simulating as if I had rotation of Z at 90, and it really shouldn't do that. So like I'm facing directly down, right? Rotating around Z should not do this. It should just rotate me place as if I had a rotation around Y right now. So really what I need to do is I need to find a way to rotate angles without having to call upon arc cosine function arc sine, which is... I don't know how I'm going to do that without arc functions. No more lyrics in stream. Come on, guys. Okay, so let's leave the controls alone for now, and just real quick, let's try to, without breaking anything, port in the island. So the model's in the model tester right now. They're correct, right? Thanos?
The Island 12 model is correct, and the building model hasn't been changed. I'm changing it right now, and I need to test that first. I've scaled everything by a factor of 2 because I figured it was going to be too small on screen, so I halved the island size.
Okay, so all I need to know is Island 12, right?
Island 12, yes. Island 12, CCP.
Okay, that's all I need. So, let me drop that into CD, and then we're also going to want to drop in from here stream files. We're also going to need to grab the make file. Take the Z-Stream tools. Put them in here. Then let me see. Oh, main.h. Probably should have a main.h.
Do you need the building file, the new one?
I just need a mesh, and the island is a mesh.
Okay.
One thing at a time. is going to be not model test. Blue skies. It'd be mesh.c. H. Mesh E. And load reference. Where's that? My draw. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so Joe like changed the coordinates somehow. Yeah, I don't know if he was the one that did it, but the coordinate system that the screen space uses is somehow different when you're using Joe functions than like normal 3D space. Okay, so let's go to main.h. We want to include that there. We need mesh.h. Actually, we don't even need this here. Here. Actually, no, we also need it here. Because we need to load in stuff right before we get started. The draw, my draw is going to be draw meshes. Put that under draw 3D plane space, drawing everything. Probably won't work the first time, but we'll see what happens and what I screwed up. Oh, of course, all the position entries. is entity ID. Okay, num object. Undeclared. X. Placement. Okay, that's correct. Player position. So player position is handled by. Currently, it's handled by to include input. Yeah. Camera height's not defined. We'll put that as 0 for now. And then we have to copy in the rotation command. Is it like this? It should be. Okay. Data, where's the 292? Now we're gonna get similar issues if this even works with rotations coordinate space, but hopefully we'll be able to see something. Oh great, there's the island. Oh no, you got an explanation for why the island's acting like this? Holding left, it does this. Holding right, it does this. Minus Z plus Y. Oh, we'll see what happens when I try doing some words. I don't know what happened, but I think Joe somehow flipped a switch somewhere that flipped all the matrix directions or whatever. Changed the coordinate system for just the basic matrix operations. Okay, this makes absolutely no sense. So going forward causes the island to descend. Going backward causes the island to ascend. That's not even saying what happens when I rotate. Now it's coming in and out. Just holding left. Yeah, but how did he even manage to change that? I don't understand. Like, it doesn't make sense that he'd be able to change the output of the matrix function. Is there a flag that he flipped somewhere? Is this a request that we can make? Tell Joe to stop frailing around with the directions that we're used to? Oh, no. Okay. Let's, Okay. Here's how we fix it, right? Okay, check this out. So, before it was what? It was SL wrote Y. Yoink. Here, let's see if this does it. Probably won't, but let's see. Okay, so not quite what I was expecting. Just to check, Xenos, the island is set so that 0 is 0, right?
Yes.
Huh.
Works in the model tester. Why does going forward cause the island to descend? Hmm.
The island does not appear to be rotating when I rotate the plane. Going forward causes the island to descend. Okay, so SL perspective is not what I'm looking for here. At least I don't think it is. So basically, my reliance on Joe Engine has caused a lot of weird stuff to happen. Because now Joe's decided that he knows better than SGL. And therefore... Oh my goodness, what is even going on? Okay, so first off, we're not doing displacement anymore. We're just doing... So going forward along the z-axis, for some reason, causes the island to ascend or descend. So that means I need to do this crap? Going forward causes the island to recede. So, here. So Y is forward for Joe, which means you should probably also put the island another 500 away or something. Going forward causes the island to go further away. Backward causes the island to approach. So... not if the tools are built Y minus up. Look, so the best tool we have for 3D is XL2's model converter. It's what we're using right now. So if the tools aren't agreeing with each other, it's a problem. And the original documentation says Y minus is up, so we should just keep that to keep a smooth pipeline between people learning Joe, SGL. They should all agree. But Joe's the only one in disagreement right now. I don't get why the so the translation along the z-axis. Okay, so I'm not changing my y-axis. Yeah. Pressing the Z and A buttons. Movement speed. Okay, movement speed.
Minus Y up confused me as well. Coming from Blender where Z is also up, or Z. Can you say Z in English? Or is it always Z for that letter?
It's fine. Movement speed. Oh crap! Now I'm still in Joe's freaking coordinate system. So that means Y is... Oh! Okay. Okay. So yeah, the higher my Y, the closer. That should make some sense. But as I go forward, the island moves down. Okay. So let's figure out which rotation means what. As I go forward, forward is Y, island goes down, Y is down in oh, goodness. We're translating between two different coordinate systems because freaking Joe. Holy crap. Okay. So vertical axis. Joe thinks it's Z, but it's really Y. Okay. Axis. Higher I am, which is by rate trigger. Rate trigger raises, lowering my Z position. So the more negative my Z, the higher I am. Lower the island should appear. So then, sign. No, negative sign. So a negative Z is up. Joe. Being negative Z, positive. Putting it into Y allows it to descend. Okay. And then X. I mean, if X changed, then I'm just gonna like go. Joe is legit going to die. I guess he thinks he's helping people. It's making the pipeline so much harder to get used to because everything else for the pipeline is built for a certain. Heading backwards. At least when I raise myself, I'm going over the island. At least that makes some amount of freaking sense. Oh boy. The island appears at the right height. I mean, Xenos, at the very minimum, aside from that one rogue texture, I don't know if you can see at the bottom of the screen, but you need to rotate that guy at the bottom of the screen there.
Yeah, I thought it was correct in the.
There's another one off on the right.
Yeah, there might be some with off rotations which I need to fix.
But aside from that,
yeah,
but basically, you know what to do. Basically, so there's, if you just go back over this footage, you'll see a handful of textures that need to be rotated back into place. There's two down on the bottom of the screen. There's one a little bit to the right, I think, and there's another one on the far right of the screen here. I mean, I would just go over it in the model viewer just to make sense. Exact same code to load it. Forward and backward, up and down. No, actually, forward and backward, backwards. So if I go down toward the water level, start heading forward, eating. So is Y minus 4? Y plus 4? I can't tell anymore. Yeah, the island's showing up pretty good. It's looking kind of small. I don't know if that's a scale issue. I forget if the thing is I'm using the same code as a model loader. Maybe I just need to up the scale by a lot.
No, don't do that, please.
I mean, the island looks tiny right now. There we go, fine.
We'll figure it out. You can scale it, but it just needed to be a certain scale in Blender to make sense of scale proportional.
Yeah, I'm just talking about uncommenting this guy out and making it like twice as big, so 17, 17, 17. I feel like 100% of the problems at the moment. I'm gonna have to come up with a document just keeping track of. We've got Joe 3D space, we've got Z, we've got screen space, and then technically water is on its own kind of weird looking, but we don't care too much about that. The point is we have like 3.5 different coordinate systems to worry about. Scale feels a little better. There we go. And it's the island's in engine now. Now what happens when I turn? Am I gonna break this? Yep.
That's awesome.
Oh. Oh, I'm gonna shoot myself or something. Yo, what are you doing to me? Yo, why isn't anything rotating? What's going on? There's only one set of rotations here. They're happening after the translations, which is fine. But the rotations aren't doing anything. Okay, rotating around Z. Oh, you know what? That probably should have been there.
God, I'm gonna have to measure that.
Yeah, I'm probably going to end up having the final island be times bigger than what... That's all.
The island, we have to discuss it. The island has a specific scale. It's currently 45 meters per quad, and you need to see the buildings on it because the island is actually quite huge.
Yeah, but do you see how big it looks on the screen right now?
You have to remember that that mountain is like 300 meters tall.
Okay, so but do you see how big it appears on the screen though? Relative to the plane. Look how the plane appears relative to the...
Yeah, we should fix that. Can we fix that with the camera distance? Like, there should be a collision box around the plane. I think. I don't know.
I already told you. I showed you the line. There's literally one line of code. I'm just changing the size of the island. This is twice as big as native. I'm just gonna. I can just keep playing with it and make it bigger. That's basically all I'm gonna do.
Okay. Yeah. I would just. Okay, we'll just feel a way through. I'm just trying to find the size of the plane, and it's difficult to gauge without the buildings on that thing. But yeah.
Okay, just for my personal edification, Donut, still awake. The input for SL rotation is not an integer, is it? Angle. Oh. It's just another argument for me. Everything. Yeah. So is there an integer to angle function I can find somewhere? To angle.
My fucking god, this is in inches. Who uses inches and
22.
yards?
Okay, I can do that. 22. This is a magic number. How approximate is... Roughly. Okay. Oh boy.
Okay, that seems reasonable. Okay.
So the rotation is kind of in the correct direction, just all incorrect. It's just wrong.
Just piping in. I just wanted to say the plane is approximately 72 feet wide, if that
Okay,
helps.
so realize that because the plane is 2D, that's a completely meaningless number. It doesn't help us figure anything out really, because the plane is 2D. It's not in 3D space.
Yeah, but it needs to appear that size in relation to like other stuff.
Right, but at the moment, it's a constant thing on the screen. It's not really... The size of the plane is this is why I hate having these 2D sprites in 3D environments, because there's no real good depth perception you can gain from this. This doesn't really tell you relative sizes that well at all. So basically, we just have to feel it out, because there's no real calculation you can do. Say, okay, this plane that's supposed to be 20 meters wide is a certain number of pixels across the screen, but then as we're moving through 3D space, the feeling of these 3D objects...
The plane has an actual size. It's an actual mesh in Blender, and there's a camera behind it that renders it. So we just need to line up the camera.
Xenos, the plane is a sprite on the screen. It's a constant size. It's not going to change size relative to anything else that we're doing. It's just something we have to feel out. It's a sprite on the screen right now. That's all it is. It's no matter what, no matter where we put the camera, there's no real perspective to be gained. It's just like a stamp there. So we just have to figure out what feels right, because we're not going to get like a perfect, like we're not going to be able to calculate a perfect alignment that you're looking for, because it's no longer a 3D object.
Well, they could make a box, then it would be a 3D object again. Like you could put a mesh box in there, like a tapering box.
But the other thing with that is the location of that box.
It would.
So like how far ahead of the screen is the plane in terms of like where to put the box?
At the same position as the plane, because it would have its dimension.
Xenos, you don't seem to get this, but the plane being a 2D object makes it not a real object in 3D space. It has no depth, so the location is kind of nebulous. Like right now, it is literally 0 distance from the camera. Right? So what does that really mean?
Yes, I know that, but it's... But depending on it's hard to explain. And you have you could also change the viewpoint of the plane. Like press a button and then it's further away or gets smaller or is rendered as a 2D sprite in.
Yeah, but that doesn't really address the actual problem of trying to use the 2D sprite to get perspective on a 3D environment. There we go. I just had to move the location of the rotations. There we go. Just a rotation order problem. Oh, okay. Rotation along X. Try that. That's correct.
What if I put the plane's camera, the plane, and together with the other blend file, with the island file, and give it its quote unquote correct size, and then make a screenshot of that? So, because then in that environment, the plane would be an actual 3D mesh, and it would be perspective correct and have the right size and everything. Oh, that's also not correct.
What are you trying to solve by doing that? I don't understand.
So you get a reference of how big the plane is supposed to appear on screen for it to be the proportional size.
So again, this I mean, I feel like I'm repeating myself, but like,
yes,
that's only
I know.
It's going to be good for literally 1 point, one orientation and 1 point, and then when we move the camera, the plane doesn't change size, but the island does, and usefulness of that approach starts to disappear. So we, like I said, we'll feel it out. We'll figure out what feels right based off of flying around stuff. Like here, I'll make the island twice as big again. Problem is, the bigger we make it, the more we're running into odd problems. Yeah, so now the island feels a little bit more realistic in terms of size. Let's get some warping and some disappearing quad. So we're also having a little bit of trade-off between, I guess, how close are we meant to have the plane approach this island?
I don't know yet, but it seems to be quite fine. Like, I don't know how you can handle collisions. Like, could you, I don't know, have a certain height at which you say the plane crashes? We kind of have to have a state of the plane crashing when it's too close.
What I figure, and then Ponat can inform how practical that is that I pull the vertices on the island, but there's several vertices. I don't know how fast that is. And the closest vertex to the island, I'll just do a distance calculation between that and whatever adjacent vertices there are.
Didn't you have like you made a video where you had two cubes clipping into each other, and then it told you one cube is clipping into the other or not? And yes, I know that it's an image. what I'm talking about was making a transparent cube-like object that would clip.
These are not axis-aligned bounding boxes, island mesh. And I'm just planning on making the actual hitbox for like a point. As far as how expensive that kind of check would be, do that for every mesh on the island, it's slow the game down tremendously. I mean, yeah, Kona, that was basically what I had in mind, is just yeah, Manhattan distance for like the closest, I'd say 9 points. Or actually, no, wait, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 9. Closest 9 points, so that wherever your closest intersection is, in terms of like the or quad intersection, test for that, and you test if you're like near anyone, or maybe just the closest.
But this is good, isn't it? I mean, you can get really close to the island without too much.
So the problem with getting really
going.
close to the island is stuff like this, where you have severe warping up until the quad starts to disappear. We're gonna have to decide. Like, look, you see how like all that quad is gone? We're gonna basically have to make this a collision point. With that.
Well, as long as the disappearing of quads is not too egregious, I really don't care about that warping, because I have a different design sensibility. I think it's what it's supposed to do. It's what it's supposed to look like. With all its faults, that's the reason why one would program for the Saturn to have like these errors and faults. Otherwise, you could just use Unity. If it's not too much, I think it's part of the flavor.
So basically, we're just got to keep flying around the island and testing for all the collision points that cause egregious display errors, and we'll call the largest radius out of that the crash radius. Players will just learn not to try to hug the island so they don't see all this garbage. That you see, like the coastline just disappeared. I guess you can't fly this low.
That's true, but shouldn't we then have some sort of warning, like the player might get frustrated if, for him, plane crash?
So every frame we have to test for distance. If we're within, let's say like within twice the critical radius, we just start putting off warning lights.
Yeah,
we're already going to be doing that every frame, so you might as well just put an indicator related to it.
Yeah, like low height or something like that. I think that would be a really good idea. Like pull up or...
To put a sprite on the screen.
Yeah, just red warnings, like red exclamation, pull up, or... Yeah.
So, I'm not going to be able to get this thing to act right at the moment, because I don't have local... plane behavior yet. Everything.
I think the plane looks really good. It looks really good in. It's an uncleaned mesh, so for that it looks really good. And the island, I'm gonna make a better ocean. For what it is, it already looks darn good. Yeah.
Probably want a lower res, brighter ocean color, and then obviously the skybox. You do whatever you're planning on doing with the skybox.
I'm gonna have a look at the ocean. I think I actually like this dark blue, but I don't like this ocean type, but I like the idea of having the ocean be dark blue because it has a very good contrast against the island. It has a very good contrast against the coastline, and the beige and green tones of the island also has a very good contrast against the skies. So
Okay. Yeah, so just keep in mind that this is a 64 texture, and this is a normal height above the island.
yeah, I'm already seeing all those artifacts. I'm going to try to make, like I showed you, I'm going to try to make a texture similar to the one in Ninpen Manmaro, because that seemed to be working reasonably well.
So consider going all the way down to 8x8.
Well, Ponat says I can do more than 64, and 64 you say I need to do an 8x8.
Okay, so Pona, how do we control? Oh, there's. Okay. How do we control how big these textures appear on screen? That's gonna be the determining factor there, because we need those textures to blow up. And my thought process is that, other things being equal, the texture is being drawn at the same overall size. Just if it's a bigger texture, if it's like 16 by 16 instead of 8 by 8, the pixels are going to be half the size. So we just scale it just like anything else. Okay. So where's that scaling factor? Merge size, texture at distance, and just do one. Okay, so this is twice as big, 4 times as big, 8 times as big. Let's try that. Yeah. So if, as long as it's very low frequency detail, you can make it not arbitrarily big, but pretty big. Like you could make a 128 probably, we can get away with it. Because there's not a lot of stuff going on in VDP2 at the moment. But just keep in mind that a lot of high frequency detail is going to get washed out at altitude. Like right now, this is like 4 times the size of the default rendering.
Yeah, all of this should probably be in like a preview, so I can.
Right now,
so
the preview is the game build. That's what it is.
Okay.
I mean, what you do is you just rename, or you rename the file to like, what's the water file right now?
Let's just call it water TGA and be done with it.
I think that's probably what it is, but let me check. Yeah, it's water.tga. So just rename it to water.old or something like that and replace it, and then rebuild the engine.
Yeah. Or
and then climb to see what's going on.
You could, so you don't have to babysit me, you could also just point me to a few lines of code that I can play around with, like the scale of how large the texture is drawn, so I can do this on my own until I find the right texture and the right size for it to look good.
So let me finish climbing up first, and then see how far above the island we need to go. The problem is perspective is tough, right? But it looks like basically it looks like 16 to 32 times size based off the frequency of information on that texture. Make the texture lower frequency, then the horizon won't look as crappy. Oh, no, that's right. No matter what you're gonna do, it's gonna tile a lot.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. It's also part of the look. We can, I mean, on modern systems there are ways to get around this. I've seen one tutorial of Blender Guru, but this is a Sega Saturn. It's supposed to tile.
Okay, so the scale factor for water is on line 85 of draw.c, and the scale factor.
It would be better if I write that down, or you write that down in chat, or
Well, I mean, right now I'm just trying to go through it. It's like you can, and this is going to be subject to change next time I work on the engine. So, I mean, you just have to learn how to recognize SL scale. That's the command that scales anything.
Yeah, I'm just gonna use Control F and find that particular line.
So SL scale in the section that controls water will control the size of the water texture as it appears. I don't know that scale on the sky is doing much of anything. And then the loading function is init 3D planes for loading in the TGAs for the sky and the water.
Wait, what was the last one again? In its 3D planes, and then what was there?
In 3D planes, that's how we load in the TGAs for water in the sky. That's basically all the loading for VDP2 happens here.
Okay. Void init 3D planes. Okay, and then there's floor.
There's what?
You named it floor down there. Image data journal water TGA.
Yeah. Oh, now it says water. Because we're still basing it off of Joe Engine stuff.
Water TGA. Okay. Water.
Yeah, this part is kind of self-explanatory.
Yeah. Okay. Just replace that string inside the quotation marks, and then it finds it. Yeah. Okay.
So for draw 3D planes, there's a lot of rotation adjustment stuff that we don't want to touch right now. And then scaling the water texture happens here. So between push and pop, those are draw commands.
On SL scale, water, water, 3D, push, matrix.
So
okay.
Between push and pop, that's all the manipulations you do to draw something on screen. The last thing you do before you pop the matrix is actually do the draw. That's just everything, and then one of the last things I do before the draw is scale it.
But I only need to replace SL scale and replace 21 and so forth.
Right, so these are fixed. So 1 shifted left 16 is actually 1 for fixed, and then anything bigger than that is making it bigger. Every time you change this number by 1, you're doubling it.
Okay, 16 is the base, and if I have 32, it's twice its size, or...
No, one shifted left by 32 is the maximum fixed you can get. In fact, I think it rolls over negatives.
I don't know what that means.
Like, every time you increase this number on the right by 1, you're doubling it. But you can't go higher than 31.
Okay, so 16 is 1, 17 is 2, and so forth.
18 is 4.
So 16 is base, plus 1 equals...
Times 2.
Doubled size, and max is 31.
Yeah.
I don't need to know the reasons, I just need to... I'm probably never gonna understand this, so I just need to... I need to understand Blender, not this.
So something similar over here, but we commented out, so the sky is currently not scaled. We might end up having to do that at some point. And then the mesh loads in same way as the model loader. So you go under load reference and you find this part, and then you just mess with it. Same as before.
Wait, where is the...
Under mesh.c?
Under file names, I'm just gonna Control F this. File names,
It's literally
I
it's
have,
the exact same thing as the model loader. It's the exact same code. I just copied and pasted.
okay, define. Okay,
It
exactly.
just
So
yeah, it
find num
just
files. I need to adjust those, and then just do that.
yeah, and this is all under mesh.c.
Mesh. And what file are this is mesh.c. What was the other file? The water TGA and the
That's under draw.
water draw.c
Draw.
in mesh.c.
No,
No,
no.
it says draw.c.
Yeah. Draw. Draw.c handles the draw commands for the 2D stuff. Mesh handles the 3D stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Then I know that, and I'm going to ask you if I run into trouble. Right.
And the backup, the cloud backup should be active right now, so it should already be on your computer. Mesh.c is literally the exact model loader program, just moved into its own file. So it should work the exact same way. You've already been using the model tester, so you should be good. I think right now we've been on for 5+ hours, and we've got some stuff
Yeah.
done, but we realized that the most basic part of the game, the controls, are horrendously broken and need to be fixed. So I'm going to spend some time thinking about that, and then in a week or two, we'll be back at it, trying to finish up Blue Skies to make it playable.
Awesome.
All right. So if everyone else around here, I don't know what time zone everyone's at, but like 3 a.m. on a Saturday, or technically a Sunday now. I'm not even going to bother trying to do a raid or something right now because I don't even know if anyone's awake. But thank you everyone for showing up. This is one of the bigger streams I've had in a little bit, and I'm trying to ramp back up onto a schedule. Unfortunately, I think I've lost some game nights that I wanted to save, but I'll just end up doing another game night sometime during the week or something like that. I'll see everyone another time. Good night.
Good night.